3. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the years ended 30th June 2024 and the certificates therein in respect of the following technical training institutes: Godoma, Matili, Musakasa, and Michuki. 4. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2024 and the certificates therein in respect of the following technical and vocational colleges: Fire, Mumias West, Kongoni, Navakholo, Kerio Valley, Chamasiri, Loima, and Lodwar. 5 is a report of the Auditor General and financial statements for the years ended 30th June 2024 and the certificates therein in respect of the following schools: Lamugao Secondary School, Garbatula High School, Nanyuki High School, AIC Chabisas Boys High School, Moi Girls High School, Marsabit, Maral High School, St. Joseph's Boys High School, and Lodwar. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security. Tongoyo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 26 June 2025. Report on the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on its attendance to the 68th session of the Common on the Narcotic Drug held from 10th to the 14th March 2025 in Vienna, Austria. Table.
Thank you. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 26th June 2025. Report of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on its consideration of 1, the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2024, and 2, the Kenya Roads Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2025. Aye, thank you.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Regional Development. Locha Kapong.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 26 June 2025. Report of the Departmental Committee on Regional Development on the consideration of the Intergovernmental Relations Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2024. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 26th June 2025. Report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on the budget implementation monitoring for agencies under the governance, justice, law, and order sector for the financial year 2023-2024. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Murugara, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion: that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on budget implementation monitoring for agencies under the governance, justice, law, and order sector for the financial year 2023-2024, laid on the table of the House today, Thursday, 26th June 2025. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Leader of Majority Party. You give notice of motion.
Oh, that was the leader of minority.
Leader of Minority Party. Honorable Junet.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give a notice of motion to condemnation of acts of lawlessness, destruction and vandalism on public and private properties and infrastructure during the June 25th demonstrations. That appreciating that Article 37 of the Constitution guarantees the right to assemble, demonstrate, and present petitions to public authorities peacefully. Further appreciating that on Wednesday, 25th June 2025, sections of the population participated in public demonstration and protest in various parts of the country. Deeply disturbed that in exercise of this great constitutional right, there were numerous cases of violence, arson, invasion into both private and public premises, attacks on innocent wananchi and security officials, most of police officers, and further deeply disturbed that demonstrators destroyed and vandalized both public and private properties and infrastructure, including courts, administration offices, shops, business premises, homes, and supermarkets in various parts of the country, including Nairobi, Kikuyu, and Olkalau, among other places. Alarmed by the attempt by the demonstrators to enter girls' schools, including the State House Girls' School, Nairobi, now therefore this House, one condemns in the strongest terms the deliberate demonstration of destruction of public and private property and infrastructure during demonstrations, including court records. Expressing grave concern over the repeated incidents of violence targeting civilians and public officers, including security personnel. Affirms and acknowledges the right of every citizen to demonstrate, protest, and express dissent, while emphasizing the need to protect life, livelihoods, and property, and calls upon the Inspector General of Police and the Directorate of Criminal Investigation to immediately and expeditiously investigate the acts of lawlessness and bring to justice those found culpable, including current and former politicians who are involved in the planning, mobilization, financing, and incitement of mobs, goons, and criminals. Mr. Speaker, I give a notice of motion.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Before we prosecute that order, can the majority leader, minority leader, and Otieno Amolo approach the speaker for some consultation? Order. Honorable members, then we'll proceed. I hope you have all seen the order paper, supplementary. You have a supplementary order paper in circulation. After statements, and on statements, I will allow requests, which are 4, and the majority leader's Thursday statement. The responses to statements will come later. After that, honorable members, we'll do a procedural motion at order number 9, which will be moved by the majority leader, and it should be disposed of in no time. After that, we'll go to the motion to which the minority leader has given notice, and I'll allocate to that motion 1.5 hours. In those 1.5 hours, and I'm sure each one of you has a story to tell, I'll give the majority and minority leader 10 minutes each, and the rest of the members, I'll assign them 2 minutes so that we can have as many of you speaking as you can. If you think 2 minutes is too much, we can reduce. If it's too little, we can add. But I believe we can do with 2 minutes, can't we? 2 minutes each. We'll do 2 minutes. Yes, Kamukunji member, what is the issue?
I was going to suggest maybe 5 minutes, but 3 minutes would be okay.
Okay. Let's compromise to 3. Let's compromise to 3. And after that, we will then go to the constitutional bill that will take, after we finish the motion by the majority minority leaders, we'll then go back to order 7 and take responses to statements, and then go to the constitutional bill. So call out order number, you have called out order number 7. Member for Turkana Central, Joseph Namwar. Honorable Namwar.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Request for statement regarding lack of development and non-exploitation of Lake Turkana resources. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson.
Honorable Namwar, speak with vigor. I can't hear you.
There's a lot of noise all over, Honorable Speaker.
Order, members. Order. Go ahead.
Request for statement regarding lack of development and non-exploitation of Lake Turkana resources. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation regarding the lack of coordinated development and sustainable exploitation of Lake Turkana resources. Honorable Speaker, Lake Turkana is the largest desert lake in the world and a designated United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, World Heritage Site. It spans Turkana and Marsabit counties and supports livelihoods for thousands of fisherfolk, fish traders, and local communities. The lake hosts a variety of fish species and is home to unique biodiversity, including numerous bird species, as well as Nile crocodiles and hippopotamuses. It also holds significant archaeological and anthropological value, most notably for the discovery of the Turkana boy. Despite its vast potential and cultural significance, Lake Turkana remains underdeveloped, and opportunities for ecotourism and cultural tourism opportunities like the Tobong Lore Festival remain largely untapped. Fisherfolk and beach management units continue to face major challenges, including limited road access, lack of cold storage facilities, inadequate fishing gear, and poor access to reliable markets. While development patterns such as the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation, NORAD, have supported initiatives in the region, their impact has been limited due to the absence of a coordinated development framework and strategic leadership in Lake Turkana. Lake Turkana holds the potential to contribute to regional economic development by strengthening blue economy, value chains, and improving linkages to nearby cross-border markets. Indeed, the theme of the 2025 Madaraka Day celebrations, promotion of a sustainable blue economy for national development, underscored the importance of unlocking such potential. It is therefore essential that Lake Turkana be prioritized for inclusive, equitable, and sustainable development by the government. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water, and Irrigation on the following. 1. Plans to establish the Lake Turkana Development Authority, including the expected timelines for its establishment. 2. Strategies in place to develop the blue economy of Lake Turkana, particularly in fisheries, aquaculture, and regional trade. 3. Infrastructure projects currently underway to support economic activities around the lake, including roads, cold storage facilities, and fish landing sites. 4. Support being provided to fisherfolk and beach management units, BMUs, to enhance access to equipment, financing, markets, and capacity building. And 5, Honorable Speaker, measures in place to protect Lake Turkana from environmental threats, including coordination of conservation efforts and sustainable exploitation of its resources. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Bowen. When can you bring a response?
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks after recess, I will bring an answer.
When?
Assuming we are going to break for a recess, Mr. Speaker, I will bring in 2 weeks after recess.
No. You bring the first week after recess.
Most obliged.
Yes. Paul Abor. Honorable Paul Abor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water, and Irrigation regarding the status of Rongo Water Supply Project. Yes. Honorable Speaker, access to safe and reliable water is not only an essential, but also serves as a catalyst for economic growth and prosperity. Enhanced water infrastructure supports commercial activities, improves livelihoods, and strengthens communities' capacity to adapt to the impacts of climate change. To this end, the Lake Victoria South Water Development Agency initiated the Rongo Water Supply Project in November 2022 to improve access, quality, availability, and sustainability of water supply in Long constituency. Regrettably, the contract made with the initial contractor of the project has since been terminated. Further, the Lake Victoria Water Development Agency has yet to initiate the procurement process to engage a new contractor for completion of this critical water supply project. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water, and Irrigation on the following. Number 1, the steps taken to ensure that another contractor is procured and engaged to complete the Rongo Town Water Supply Project, including the projected timelines for resumption and completion of the works. Number 2, a report on the funds disbursed to the initial contractor from the Kenya shillings 170 million allocated to the Lake Victoria South Water Development Agency for the project, and an indication of the remaining balance available for completion of the project. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, an update on the progress of the works executed prior to termination, including the percentage of the project completed by the initial contractor. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Bowen, you bring at the same time as the one of Honorable Namwar.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Beatrice Elachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to request for a statement regarding the high cost of treatment for diabetes, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C. I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health regarding the high cost of treatment of diabetes. Honorable Speaker, there has been a significant rise in diabetes cases in the country, affecting approximately 2.3 million people. In 2024, the World Health Organization reported increased cases of diabetes in the country with significantly low treatment coverage at fewer than 4 out of 10 diabetic adults receiving glucose-lowering medication. This low coverage has attributed to the high cost of treatment that averages at 750 shillings per insulin injection, resulting in low uptake of the medication, especially in low-income households. The prevalence of the disease has also been attributed to the lack of screening due to limited awareness and availability of diagnostic and monitoring tests. The surge in diabetes and the high cost of accessing medication pose an imminent danger in the healthcare system and is likely to increase the mortality rates in the country if not addressed urgently. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health on the following: a detailed report on the measures being put in place by the government to reduce the high prevalence of diabetes in the country, including subsidizing the cost of treatment, the measures being taken to raise awareness and encourage screening among Kenyans, including households in rural and marginalized areas of the country, and clarification on whether diabetes treatments is covered under the Social Health Insurance Fund, and if not, the measures being taken by the government to ensure provision of diabetes treatment under the Social Healthcare Insurance Fund. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Health. When can you bring a response?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 weeks after we come from recess, I'll have an answer.
1 week. You are recessing for a month.
For a month. Okay, 1 week.
Committees are not closing.
1 week.
Okay. Arama. Samuel Arama.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I request for a statement regarding the attempted grabbing of land, L number 2015-46 in Nakuru Municipality. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44/2, subsection C, I raise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee of Lands regarding the attempted grabbing of land in Nakuru Municipality. Honorable Speaker, for decades hard working Juakari artisans and micro-entrepreneurs have occupied the developed land in Nakuru Municipality. They said land for the purpose of informal
Order, members. Order.
Despite their significant contributions to the local economy and the national development, these citizens have continued to operate under conditions of unsanity, harassment, and the threats of displacement from the said land. This is set of affairs runs contrary to the provisions of Article 40 of the Constitution that guarantees the right to property and protection from arbitrary deprivation. Honorable Speaker, Article 10 of the Constitution enjoins all public officers and institutions to observe the national values and the principles of governance, including interdependence, protection of the marginalized, and sustainable development. The attempted grabbing of the land threatens to legitimize the long-standing occupation of the land by the artisan and its utilization for the artisan micro-entrepreneurship. It is therefore necessary that the administrative actions be taken to regularize the tenure of land occupied by the Juakari artisans. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on lands on the following. 1. A report of the status of ownership of the land under RR number 2015-46 in the Nakuru municipality. Number 2, specific steps that the National Land Commission has taken to regularize the land occupied by members of the Nakuru Municipality Juakari Association. Number 3, an investigation or site verification taken by the National Land Commission to establish that the historical occupation and the use of the land. Number 5, measures in place to protect the members of the Nakuru Municipality and the Juakari artisans from illegal evictions, safeguard their land ownership, and ensure that they issued with the title or formal tenure documents, including timelines for solving this matter. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Chair Lands, Nyamoko. When can you bring a response?
In the next 3 weeks, Honorable Speaker.
We are going on recess, so you bring the first or second day of resumption.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Majority Leader.
If we get. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 42A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 24th June 2025 to prioritize business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, as members will note, while the House resolved to proceed on a short recess today, it is proposed that the House alters its calendar to hold a sitting on Tuesday, 1st July 2025 as published in today's supplementary order paper. The House is therefore expected to proceed on recess on Wednesday, 2nd July 2025 and resume regular sittings on Tuesday, 22nd July 2025. Honorable Speaker, I wish to commend the leadership of this House and members for the dedication and cooperation exhibited in the session so far. As members are aware, during this part of the session, the House considered and passed various key legislative business, including the following bills which have been assented to by the President today: the Finance Bill of 2025, the Appropriation Bill 2025, and the Supplementary Appropriation Number 3 Bill of 2025. In addition, the House approved nomination of various persons to public offices, including approval of nominees for appointment as chairpersons and members of the Independent Election Boundaries Commission, approval of nominees for appointment as chairperson and members of the Public Benefit Organization Dispute Tribunal, and approval of nominees to various National Government Constituency Development Fund committees. Honorable Speaker, with regards to business scheduled for Tuesday, 22nd July 2025, the House is expected to consider the Senate amendments to the National Disaster Risk Management Bill 2023 in the Committee of the Whole House. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, debate will be undertaken on the following motions, some of which are listed in today's order paper. 1, approval of the mediated version of the Gambling Control Bill of 2023. 2, consideration of Senate amendments to the National Disaster Risk Management Bill of 2023. 3, consideration of the performance audit report on the provision of services to persons with disabilities by the National Council for Persons with Disabilities. And 4, consideration of Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the United Arab Emirates. Honorable Speaker, finally, the House Business Committee will reconvene again on Tuesday, 22nd July 2025 to schedule business for the rest of that week. On behalf of the House Business Committee, I wish members a good weekend. And Honorable Speaker, may I now lay this statement on the table of the House.
Order, members. Members on their feet, take your seats. Take your seats. Jerry, take your seat. Honorable members, you will notice that on the supplementary order paper, we have a motion at order number 9, which seeks to enlarge our calendar to go on recess on Tuesday. The reason we are doing that is because of the business at order number 12. The bill on NGCDF, GAF, and other related matters. There are members who are persuading me that they have lobbied sufficiently and you may have numbers to vote. remember that the Speaker will not call a vote unless he's satisfied that you have the numbers, and the minimum is 233. Present and voting. Hold your horses. Order. A casual count on how many we are is giving me an average number of 170. So we still have some gap. What we will do then is this, because I've also been given a long list of members who wish to speak, but I'm told they are ready to forego their intention to speak. If we achieve the numbers and the whips can get on overdrive, and not just the whips, chairpersons of various caucuses, reach out to your members and get them here. Once we finish the motion at order number 10, we'll still do order number 9 in 2-3 minutes. If by the time we finish order number 10, we have the numbers, I'll order the vacation of the resolution at order number 9, then we go to a vote. In case we don't have the requisite numbers, the resolution at order number 9 will stand, and you will be obliged to be back here on Tuesday. So let's go to order number 9. I hope that is clear to everybody. So let everybody be a constructive whip now to look for your colleagues who are not here. And in the event you have the numbers, then order. In the event you have the numbers, then I'll call the House to a vote by 5 p.m. 5. Order. Order. Call the next order.
Order number 8, the Judges' Retirement Benefit Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2025, first reading. A bill for an act of Parliament to provide for the pension and other retirement benefits to judges of superior courts and for connected purposes. Order number 9, motion, alteration of the calendar of the House.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that notwithstanding the resolution of the House on 13 February 2025 and 27 May 2025, and pursuant to the provision of Standing Orders 28.4 on calendar of the Assembly, this House resolves to further alter its calendar so as to 1. Commence its short recess on Wednesday, 2nd July 2025, 2. Hold a sitting on Tuesday, 1st July 2025, commencing at 2:30 p.m., and 3. Resume its regular sittings for the second part of the 4th session on Tuesday, 22nd July 2025. Honorable Speaker, I don't need to say anything. You had already said the intent of this motion.
Yes.
I beg to move and request the Leader of Minority, the Honorable Junet Mohammed, to second.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to second.
Thank you. Order members on their feet. Take the nearest seats. Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 9, which is that notwithstanding the resolutions of the House on 13th February 2025 and 27th May 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Standing Orders 28.4, calendar of the Assembly, this House resolves to further alter its calendar so as to 1. Commence its short recess on Wednesday, 2nd July 2025, 2. Hold a sitting on Tuesday, 1st July 2025, commencing 2:30 p.m., and 3. Resume its regular sittings for the second part of the 4th session on Tuesday, 22nd July 2025. I put the question. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 9, which is that notwithstanding the resolutions of the House of 13th February 2025 and 27th May 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Standing Orders 28.4, calendar of the Assembly, this House resolves to further alter its calendar so as to 1. Commence its short recess on Wednesday, 2nd July 2025. Hold a sitting on Tuesday, 1st July 2025, commencing 2:30 p.m. 3. Resume its regular sittings for the second part of the 4th session on Tuesday, 22nd July 2025. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, like I had said, if we don't garner the numbers, we'll sit on Tuesday. The consequence of that is I am going to direct immigration that anybody who has plans to travel this weekend will not be allowed to leave jurisdiction until we finish this matter on Tuesday. So if you have planned to travel and we don't garner the numbers, go and readjust your travel arrangements. You will not be allowed to leave jurisdiction until after Tuesday. Next order.
Order number 10, motion. Condemnation of acts of lawlessness, destruction, and vandalism on public and private properties and infrastructure during the June 25th general demonstration.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move motion on condemnation of acts of lawlessness, destruction, vandalism on public and private properties and infrastructure during the June 25th demonstrations. That appreciating that Article 37 of the Constitution guarantees the right to assemble, demonstrate, and present petitions to public authorities peacefully, further appreciating that on Wednesday, 25th June 2025, sections of the population participated in public demonstrations and protests in various parts of the country, deeply disturbed that in exercise of this great constitutional right, there were numerous cases of violence.
Order members. Order members who are walking out of the chamber. Honorable members. Yes, Millie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm actually speaking in relation to members who are walking out of the chambers. They may have misunderstood what you said. As soon as we get quorum, we proceed. We only don't proceed if there is no quorum. So I'm requesting members, wherever you are, please come into the house. Yes. We only need you 20 more. Please come back into the house.
In fact, if you get quorum, I'll curtail the debate on this motion. You vote, then we carry on. Go on, Jeanette. Order. Go on, Jeanette.
Mr. Speaker.
Start afresh.
You know, when members, when they want to come to this house, Mr. Speaker,
yes,
they really want to come and sit on these chairs.
Yes.
When they get an opportunity to sit on these chairs, Mr. Speaker, their buttocks cannot hold these chairs. They just want to run out, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what they're looking for. Mr. Speaker, there are numerous cases of violence, arson, invasion into both private and public premises, attacks on innocent wananchi and security officials, most of police officers, and further deeply disturbed that demonstrations destroyed and vandalized both public and private properties and infrastructure, including courts, administration offices, shops, businesses, business premises, homes, and supermarkets in various parts in the country, including Nairobi, Kikuyu, and Elgeyo, among other places, alarmed by attempts by demonstrators to enter girls' schools, including State House Girls, Nairobi, now therefore the House 1, condemns in the strongest terms the deliberate destruction of public and private property and infrastructure during demonstrations, including court records. 2, express grave concern over repeated incidents of violence targeting civilians and public officers, including security personnel. 3, affirms and acknowledges the right of every citizen to demonstrate, protest, and express dissent, while emphasizing the need to protect life, livelihoods, and property. And 4, calls upon the Inspector General of Police and the Directorate of Criminal Investigations to immediately and expeditiously investigate the acts of lawlessness and bring to justice those found culpable, including current and former politicians who are involved in the planning, mobilization, financing, and incitement of mobs, goons, and criminals. Mr. Speaker, the country is fully aware of what happened yesterday. And all of us are aware.
Order, honorable members. Given order, members. Order, Mandazi. Honorable members, given what happened yesterday, it should be a concern to all of you. Either you are affected or you know somebody affected. I would expect you to be listening in silence and making a contribution that helps us move forward as a country. The manner in which you are loudly conversing, holding illegal kamkunjis on the floor, Rindikiri, that kamkunji is illegal. I urge you, members, for Kenyans to understand and appreciate your leadership, that you speak soberly, you exercise some restraint in your conversations. If something is pressing and you want to talk, I have made rooms for you out there to do so. You can go and do so. And give those who want to pay attention and listen, including your speaker, time to do so. Junet, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have moved a motion, Speaker, concerning what happened yesterday in our beloved country. Mr. Speaker, all of us were around this country yesterday. We had a sitting of Parliament yesterday, a morning sitting where we passed very important business of the country. But Mr. Speaker, as explicitly written in the motion, Kenyans have a right to demonstrate. Under Article 37, every Kenyan has a right. And one of the things we have given ourselves to in the new constitution, Mr. Speaker, is the strongest Bill of Rights in the world, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, secondly, I sympathize and empathize with the people who lost lives in the demonstrations of yesterday and the previous ones. It is not good for Kenyans to lose their lives in that kind of manner. So we sympathize with them and we want justice for them, Mr. Speaker, so that anybody who might have committed any crime to be brought to book. But having said, Mr. Speaker, what happened yesterday in our country was not the normal demonstrations. It was not a Gen Z demonstration, Mr. Speaker. It was a political event that was meant to overthrow the constitution and the existing governance of this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you can see the way people have been mobilized. We have been demonstrating since independence, especially people like me who belong to ODM. Mr. Speaker, when you want to demonstrate nationally, you allow everyone to demonstrate in their respective areas, in their respective counties and sub-counties. You don't move people from one county to come to Nairobi to demonstrate. That kind of ethnic mobilization that we saw yesterday was something else. It was not a demonstration, Mr. Speaker. Why do you carry people all the way from Kiambu, from Thika Road, from up there, Thika, Muranga, Juja, to bring them to Nairobi to demonstrate, as though there are no people living in Nairobi, Mr. Speaker? What happens if I had to carry people from Migori and Homa Bay to bring them here to demonstrate? Mr. Speaker, what happened yesterday was ethnic mobilization to fight and overthrow the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, Kenyans are being lied to. Kenyans are being told that this is a Gen Z demonstration, Mr. Speaker. I want to prove to Kenyans that there was no Gen Z demonstration because colleagues of ours were used to mobilize people to come and demonstrate in Nairobi. We know Honorable Kakuya, Honorable Major Dong, Honorable Manzo in Mwote, all were mobilized to bring goons and people to Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that there is problem with this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me have my say, you will have yours. Mr. Speaker, this is what happened. The newspapers and the media of this country will not tell you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, people have not been used.
Without a substantive
Mr. Speaker,
we cannot mention.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr.
Speaker,
Take your seats. Order. Take your seat. If order. Robert Mbui. Order, Robert Mbui. Take your seat. That is not how to make your point. Take your seat. Take your seat. Robert Mbui, take your seat. Order, members. Order, members. Order, members. Robert Mbui. Order, members. Honorable Robert Mbui. Order. Order, honorable members. Honorable Robert Mbui. The Speaker knows only too well what the standing orders say. In fact, I drafted them. And I don't need you to raise your voice and bang tables for me to enforce them. He was in the middle of a statement and I was going to stop him. So far, he had not order. I need no assistance from any one of you. Honorable Robert Mbui, you have a point, but you can prosecute it honorably and decently. All you needed to do was rise on a point of order and say what you are saying without belligerence, without banging tables, and the way you are behaving is like you are going to go physical with your colleague. That is not you. That is not you. Honorable Junet, you only mention your colleagues adversely after you have brought a substantive motion to the House. Saying that members were involved is sufficient. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, why do I say so? Mr. Speaker, the media of this country, Mr. Speaker, will tell you that the demonstrations were organized by Gaucho. They will tell you the demonstrations were organized by Gaucho. They will tell you they were organized by Matakwei. They will tell you the demonstrations were organized by Sakaja. They will not tell you the real culprits, the people who are organizing these demonstrations, Mr. Speaker. So it is incumbent upon us as people who have to discuss matters of national importance, Mr. Speaker, to tell Kenyans the truth, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what happened yesterday was very clear. Mr. Speaker, it was not a Gen Z demonstration. It was a demonstration that was organized politically in this country, Mr. Speaker. And you can see where it happened. It took place in Nyeri. That is where Rigathi Gachagua comes from. It took place in Madira. It took place in Kisii. Mr. Speaker, the standard that has been set, the standards that has been set by Rigathi Gachagua in this country is that if you want to qualify to become a presidential candidate in his so-called opposition alliance, you must do as much demonstrations as you can. He has given them a benchmark that for you to qualify to become a presidential candidate in their team, you must cause anarchy and you must do demonstrations, and that is how you are going to qualify to become one, Mr. Speaker. And destroy property. Mr. Speaker, this ethnic mobilization in this country must end. Demonstrations must be for all Kenyans. Why do you destroy the property and the livelihoods of your own community, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Rigathi Gachagua. Mr. Speaker, you can see the kind of planning that has been put into this matter. You can see the kind of money that has been placed in this matter, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we must call a spade if we are to save this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am standing to move them. Mr. Speaker, yes, my second point.
Order. Yes, Wanjiku Moya, what is it?
Honorable Speaker, you just ruled a few minutes ago that Honorable Junet should substantiate when he's mentioning the names of persons on this floor. Was Honorable Rigathi in Homa Bay? Was Honorable Rigathi in Mombasa? Was Honorable Rigathi in Kakamega? Was Honorable Rigathi everywhere?
Order. Order, Honorable Wanjik. Gone. Order. Gone.
Mr. Speaker, I want to tell Honorable Muya that there was no destructions of property in Homa Bay, there was no destruction of property in Kisumu, there was no destruction of property in Kisii, but there was destruction of property in Nyeri, there was destruction of property in Nyandarua, there was destruction of property in Kikuyu, there was destruction of property in Nyamakima. That tells you who the chief goon is. The chief goon is Mr. Rigathi Gachagua, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we must call a spade today. We must call a spade today, Mr. Speaker. You can see, Mr. Speaker, this is one man who is holding his community hostage, Mr. Speaker. He has decided to use his community and destroying their property and making and impoverish them in this country, Mr. Speaker. This is the Lord of poverty. This is the man who wants to make the community from Mount Kenya to become poor so that he can rule them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this.
Order, members, listen to yourselves.
Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. This country has a constitution. This country has a government. The government of the Republic of Kenya and the constitution must make sure that every citizen's life is protected and their property is protected, Mr. Speaker. We have an election in 2027. We don't have any other election before then. If you want to remove a government, you will not do it by force. You will not do it through demonstrations. You will not do it through burning and destroying people's property. You have to wait for the election to arrive. Mr. Speaker, my second point on this matter, the media of this country. Mr. Speaker, I support the freedom of the media, Mr. Speaker. And yesterday, I was sad when the live coverage was removed, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, the freedom of the media also must come with responsibility, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the media must be able to make sure that they report accurately and factually, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for example, what is happening with the Standard newspaper and the KTN, Mr. Speaker? This is a media house that is hell-bent to create genocide in this country. We have, as a house, Mr. Speaker, we have to interrogate the issue of politicians owning media houses in this country, Mr. Speaker. I'm aware one Honorable Gideon Moi is the owner of Standard newspaper and this KTN, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he cannot use his media house to settle political scores unless or otherwise he wants to become like Felician Kabuga of Rwanda, Mr. Speaker, who has caused genocide. The Felician Kabuga of this country now is Honorable Gideon Moi, Mr. Speaker, because he's using his media house like the way Radio Mill Collins was used in Rwanda to cause genocide, where 800,000 people were lost, Mr. Speaker. We must call a spade, Mr. Speaker. The media house, the media must enjoy their freedom. The media must be allowed to do their work. The media must be allowed to exercise their constitutional rights, Mr. Speaker. But the media that is owned by politicians who are trying to use their media houses to settle political scores, Mr. Speaker, we must call them out here because they will cause genocide in this country, Mr. Speaker. I am told Gideon Moi is the one who used to keep Felician Kabuga in Kenya when his father was the president. And he was hiding here. Maybe he learned those bad manners from Felician Kabuga, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this.
Yes, Kagusha, what is it? Honorable Kagusha.
Honorable Speaker, is it in order for the honorable member to continue mentioning the names of honorable members, either present or who have been in this house before, adversely in this house without a proper motion? Honorable Speaker, on the same...
Take your seat. Honorable Kagusha, you have been a Speaker of a County Assembly before. Take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. Honorable Kagusha, you have been a Speaker of a County Assembly before. The standing orders that we wrote for this House are applicable where you are Speaker. When he mentioned sitting members of Parliament and Robert Moi protested, I stopped him. Order. Order. Honorable Kagusha, as a first-term MP, if you think you'll gain traction by being sent out of the House, I will not send you. Just take your seat and become and participate in debate. You want to speak, I'll give you an opportunity. But don't be rowdy. Former members of this House don't enjoy the privileges sitting members enjoy. Read your standing orders properly. Go on, Junet.
Mr. Speaker, you know, Honorable Kagusha was the Speaker for Nyeri County Assembly. This is National Assembly. It's a different area. This is a different place, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. Mr. Speaker, this country, there are people in this country who are hell-bent to take this country to anarchy, Mr. Speaker. Just because we impeached them, just because they lost a job. And they lost their jobs because of their bad manners, Mr. Speaker, of creating division, telling Kenyans you have shares, you have no shares. That is why he was impeached. Now, when you get impeached and you lose your job, you want to take this country to anarchy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and impoverish people. Mr. Speaker, we will not allow that. Yesterday, we were told we were commemorating the Gen Z's death, Mr. Speaker. Is Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka Gen Z? Is Eugene Wamalwa Gen Z? Is Rigathi Gachagua Gen Z? Is Jimmy Wanjiga Gen Z? Is Maraga Gen Z of all people? What Gen Z was there for us to see yesterday? We saw all the men who are supposed to retire, who are running around here, running for political office, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when Baby Pendo was killed in Kisumu, Mr. Speaker, Eugene Wamalwa was a cabinet minister, Mr. Speaker, of the Republic of Kenya. When we passed the draconian laws of the security laws in this House, Mr. Speaker, Justin Muturi was the Speaker. When the IG, the independent office of the IG was mutilated in this office, Mr. Speaker, Justin Muturi was the Speaker, Mr. Speaker. Now, Justin Muturi now says he wants to be chair of some commission called Justice Commission. That commission must start by investigating Muturi himself, Mr. Speaker, because he's the one who has caused the highest atrocities in this country by occupying the office of the Speaker, Mr. Speaker. And all those are on record, Mr. Speaker. We are not going to keep quiet anymore because we can see our country, they want to take our country down to the dogs, Mr. Speaker. They want to make Kenya a banana republic. Give
him a minute.
If you want to remove William Ruto as the President of the Republic of Kenya, wait for 2027. There will be an election on the 10th of August, 2027. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying this. Kenya is a constitutional democracy. Kenya is a constitutional democracy. Let people not hide under the guise of Gen Z to cause anarchy in our country, Mr. Speaker. There is a deliberate attempt in this country to silence all institutions in this country. They want to silence Parliament. They want to silence everyone who speaks for the people so that the only people who can speak are the civil society, LSK, and other kind of people. Mr. Speaker, I look at now the chair of LSK, who is my friend. Her mandate has expanded from legal issues now to political issues. Now we should elect the president of LSK through universal suffrage. Because, Mr. Speaker, that's the work she's doing. She's doing politics all the time, Mr. Speaker, which is good for the country, but she should limit her work to advocacy of rights of the people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this in conclusion, finally, that what happened yesterday was an attempt to take over power unconstitutionally, to do a coup on the governance, on the government of the Republic of Kenya. We lost an election as ODM. We disputed the election. We went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court told us you have lost the election. We abided by the decision of the Supreme Court. We never attempted to overthrow the government. What the hell can this Rigathi Gachagua do that he can take power through an orthodox means? Gachagua must be arrested as early as tomorrow. Tomorrow morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I beg to move.
I beg to move, Mr. Speaker. And I request the leader of the majority party, Honorable His Eminence, His Highness, the Kingpin of Mount Kenya, Kimani Ichung'wah, to second the motion.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to second this motion. Honorable Speaker, as I second this motion, it's important.
Order.
It's important, Honorable Speaker, as I second this motion, for us to be clear on what the motion is asking us to do. One, Honorable Speaker, is to affirm and acknowledge that the people of Kenya and every citizen in the Republic of Kenya has the right to demonstrate, protest, and express dissent in accordance with our Constitution, but do so peaceably and unarmed, Honorable Speaker. The other thing we're asking to be done by this motion is to condemn, in the strongest terms possible, the wanton destruction of property that we witnessed yesterday. And I dare say, Honorable Speaker, that wanton destruction, as the mover of this motion has said, was visited largely on the people of the Mount Kenya region, where I come from, on businesses owned by the people of Mount Kenya. If you look at Nairobi County, Honorable Speaker, the businesses that were looted were largely businesses owned and being run by people from Mount Kenya. Whether it is OTC, whether it is Nyamakema, Honorable Speaker, I was under attack myself. But I watched a clip by a young lady who was praying to the Almighty God that you, God, who has provided me with resources to stock my shop that was looted today, I pray that the God I pray to will restore my business, everything that I have lost, and double it. And I want to assure that lady, we will support you even as we seek to support other people who lost lives and livelihoods, Honorable Speaker. And let me express my regret, Honorable Speaker, and my condolences to those who lost their lives, not just yesterday, but even last year, Honorable Speaker. But we must have a way to mourn and memorize those that we have lost. We do not need to lose more lives to memorize those that we lost last year. Yes. We do not need to. Honorable Speaker, the other thing this motion is asking us to do as a House is to call upon the Inspector General of Police and the DCI, the Director of Criminal Investigations, to immediately and expeditiously investigate the acts of lawlessness and bring to justice those found culpable, including, Honorable Speaker, current and former politicians who are involved in the planning, mobilization, financing, and incitement of mobs and goons and criminals, Honorable Speaker. That for me is cardinal, Honorable Speaker. June 2024, 25th of June 2024, with the unfortunate incidents that happened, Honorable Speaker, we let it pass. If you can protect me from the member for Narok County and the member for Elgeyo Marakwet. Honorable Speaker was saying June 2024, we let it pass. And two sitting members of this House who are being investigated by the Director of Criminal Investigations rushed to court, obtained orders to stop their arrest, following information that the DCI had that they were involved in the mobilization of goons that looted from the people of Mount Kenya in Nairobi, including the burning down and deaths of Kenyans at the Sunbeam building somewhere along Kimathi Street, Honorable Speaker. They continue to be protected by the judiciary, Honorable Speaker, through that court order. Court orders using anticipatory bails cannot be into perpetuity, Honorable Speaker, because we are breeding impunity through these conservatory and preemptive orders, Honorable Speaker. The same characters, Honorable Speaker, are involved in the mobilization, financing, and looting that you saw yesterday, Honorable Speaker. Their chief financier and key mobilizer, Honorable Speaker, yesterday, we lost a court in Kikuyu. The Kikuyu law courts were all razed down and everything looted, including the destruction of court records, including titles deposited in those courts, securities of people deposited in those courts, and criminal records, Honorable Speaker. This acts, as the first part of this motion says, these are not just acts that happen.
They are deliberate. They are mobilized. They are being financed by somebody or a group of people who, Honorable Speaker, then rush to court to get protection. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to speak to the judiciary today. And you know, there's that saying that say when they went for the Gentiles, I kept quiet because I was not a Gentile. When they went for who, I kept quiet because I was not who. When they came for me, there was nobody left to speak for me. The impunity we started breeding last year, Honorable Speaker, is what is destroying this country today and destroying the fabric of the country that we call Kenya. Honorable Speaker, it's not just the law courts that were destroyed in Kikuyu. The DCC's office was also raised down. I've said the law courts, the sub-county, the county offices, including graders and machinery of the county government of Kiambu that help our people to do their roads, and county records, including our own property records in those offices, Honorable Speaker. The people doing this, Honorable Speaker, and that is my greatest concern, and that's why I alluded to what we are calling upon the DCI and IG to do, is that people are being ferried from Limuru and Dagoretti into Kikuyu and some as far as Kiambaa and Juja to come and visit the wanton destruction that you saw yesterday. Honorable Speaker, I am growing old, but I am not older than my father. My father is 105 years old, with a wife who is 85 years old, my mother, Mary Mombi. And they have worked hard to bring us up and to raise businesses that have supported our family. Yesterday, Honorable Speaker, there was an attempt to kill my 105-year-old father and 85-year-old mother. All in the name of myself being the leader of majority in this house and having done my work to the best of my ability as God may help me. And I saw by the Bible, Honorable Speaker, standing before you, that I will execute my duties without fear, without favor, and to the best of my ability. And I will continue to do that, Honorable Speaker. Let nobody be in doubt. The Honorable Junet Mohammed has mentioned names. I did say here last year during the impeachment process of the former deputy president that this is a dark man with a very dark heart. Very black heart. I dare say today, Honorable Speaker, in this house, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua is the one who directed goons he mobilized to go and murder my parents, destroy my property in Kikuyu, destroy the property of the people of Kikuyu in the name of revenge. Honorable Speaker, we cannot build a country that way. That is why, Honorable Speaker, we are asking the Inspector General of Police. It cannot rest at this. Nobody, not Kimani Ichung'wah, not Rigathi Gachagua, not the sitting members of parliament in this house, Honorable Speaker, who are doing this work, and some 2 senators, Honorable Speaker. And as Honorable Junet Mohammed has said, if you look at the trajectory of violence and destruction that visited, you can associate that violence with a particular politician and the area they come from and the kind of thuggery that was going on, Honorable Speaker. So as we condemn, Honorable Speaker, let us call on the Inspector General of Police and the Director of Criminal Investigations. Anybody involved in this criminality, whether it is Kimani Ichung'wah, whether it is Junet Mohammed, whether it is Rigathi Gachagua, whether it is Jane Kihara, whether it is Kaluma, whether it is Ngogoyo, whether it is Major Dong, whether it is Kakuya, whether it is Senator Medho, investigate each and every one of them without fear or without favor, and whoever is culpable, bring them to book, Honorable Speaker. Because we cannot have a country of lawlessness, Honorable Speaker. We cannot have a country... Honorable Speaker, I was finishing by saying we can't have a country where I purport to speak for the people, my people, yet I mobilize people to destroy my people's property. I mobilize people to kill our own people so that we make political capital out of it. We must desist as political leaders in this country from using our people as political pawns to make political capital out of, Honorable Speaker. And I condemn the lawlessness, the violence, and congratulate the people of Mombasa, Honorable Speaker. The people of Mombasa yesterday demonstrated what peaceably demonstrating is. What happened in Nairobi and in other areas in central Kenya were riots, disorder, and anarchy, Honorable Speaker. And the owner of that anarchy is known, must be apprehended. Honorable Speaker, allow me to commend the police also for the restraint that they exercised yesterday and for the hard work they put yesterday when a police lady was being brutalized by men, grown men, beating up a woman, Honorable Speaker. It's the most despicable thing you can find, that a man is stepping on a police officer on her head. Honorable Speaker, there were criminals who attempted to get into State House girls. It is not William Ruto's children who go to State House girls. It is not Kimani Ichung'wah's daughters who are in State House girls. It is our children. Why would anybody mobilize criminals to attack young schoolgirls in a school? I commend the police for protecting State House girls, protecting other lives and property that they protected yesterday, Honorable Speaker, and call on them to take action on the financiers, the mobilizers, and those particular criminals, and those who want to drive our country to anarchy. And we tell them, resounding as a house, we shall not allow our country to be driven to anarchy by bloodthirsty people, bloodthirsty politicians who have no agenda, who have no vision for Kenya, who can only harp on Gen Z. A Gen Z, a generation, they are neither a Gen Z, nor do they have children in their houses who are Gen Zs, Honorable Speaker. I have 2 Gen Zs in my house. I know what these children want. Those who are just harping on Gen Zs and riding on their wave, Honorable Speaker, are only trying to take advantage of a desperate generation of young Kenyans. Let us desist from doing that, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to second.
Order, honorable members. Those on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that appreciating that Article 37 of the Constitution guarantees the right to assemble, demonstrate, and present petitions to public authorities peacefully. Further appreciating that on Wednesday, 25th June 2025, order, members. Order, Martin. I think in the induction we told you that however pressed you are, when the speaker is on his feet, you maintain studious silence. Further appreciating that on Wednesday, 25th June 2025, sections of the population participated in public demonstrations and protests in various parts of the country. Deeply disturbed in exercise of this great constitutional right, there were numerous cases of violence, arson, invasion into both private and public premises, attacks on innocent wananchi and security officials, most of police officers, and further deeply disturbed that demonstrators destroyed and vandalized both public and private properties and infrastructure, including courts, administration offices, shops, business premises, homes, and supermarkets in various places in the country, including Nairobi, Kikuyu, and Olkalau, among other places, alarmed by attempts by demonstrators to end girls' schools, including the State House Girls, Nairobi. Now, therefore, this House, 1, condemns in the strongest terms the deliberate destruction of public and private property and infrastructure during demonstrations, including court records. 2, express grave concern over the repeated incidents of violence targeting civilians and public officers, including security personnel. 3, affirms and acknowledges the right of every citizen to demonstrate, protest and express dissent, while emphasizing the need to protect livelihoods and property. And 4, calls upon the Inspector General of Police and the Directorate of Criminal Investigations to immediately and expeditiously investigate the acts of lawlessness and bring to justice those found culpable, including current and former politicians who are involved in the planning, mobilization, financing, and incitement of mobs, goons, and criminals. Honorable members, the screen is too small to accommodate all of you, so I'll use a show of hands to pick on those to speak. Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity.
Everybody has 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me first of all offer my condolences to the family who lost their loved ones yesterday, the ones who lost their loved ones 2024, the ones who lost their loved ones 2023, the ones who lost their last one in 2022. Mr. Speaker, I have noticed that the media has forgotten that we also lost loved people in Kisumu. Maybe because they come from Kisumu, they do not matter. But I want to offer condolences to every family who has lost a loved one. Mr. Speaker, Article 37 guarantees a right to demonstrate peaceably and unharmed. And Mr. Speaker, I'm one of the people who pushed for that article in the Constitution, and I will defend it with my life. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, it was very sad to see what happened yesterday. Mr. Speaker, ODM and Azimio have become the experts in demonstration, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, when we were doing that, we were called anarchists.
Bare fidelity to history.
Exactly.
You as truly here was with you in CORD and NASA.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So it's not just ODM.
No, I've said ODM and Azimio and NASA.
Yes.
And CORD and all those. But the constant one is ODM. Mr. Speaker, for me as Millie Odhiambo, I can't cheat you. I thank God that I'm resting, Mr. Speaker. I don't think people understand what it means to go to the streets. I understand when the Gen Zs are writing letters to their parents saying may not come back. I would tell my husband that because they didn't know I'd come back. So let us be. You called us names, Mr. Speaker. You called us names. You said we are anarchists and all that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but who is God? God creates balance. Mr. Speaker, you called us names when we were fighting for the same rights you are fighting for. Mr. Speaker, now, or that you said to be fighting for. Mr. Speaker, now instead what you are telling us is that Baba is eating and observing table manners. Mr. Speaker, if you can give me 1 minute, Mr. Speaker, because I was interrupted, or 2 minutes. Mr. Speaker, it's difficult to be Baba. You are damned if you do, damned if you don't. So, Mr. Speaker, we are only learning from the best. You have observed table manners since independence. Let people from the lake also observe table manners. For once, let us also observe table manners. And take over, and I've heard people saying that in terms of demonstration, you've overtaken Baba, that we've been lying, that we want to, that no. I am glad to note that you have overtaken us. Please do it excellently. But Mr. Speaker, I want to say one thing, if you would allow me. Mr. Speaker, as a women's rights activist, Mr. Speaker, yesterday I left my house, not caring for my life. I went to State House when I saw on social media that State House was under attack.
State House, guys. Give her 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I saw State House girls was under attack, Mr. Speaker, I didn't care for likes. I condemned when the policewoman was under attack. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow such things. Mr. Speaker, where we are attacking women, and then, Mr. Speaker, today in the morning in the WhatsApp group of FIDA, I saw something very disturbing, that women were being removed from motorcycles, they were being gang raped, and they were being, even in our time with our excellence, even when we are infiltrated, that has never happened. Never. Mr. Speaker, I said this and people condemned me as a Christian. Come, let us reason together. It's not about who is winning. This country belongs to all of us. Thank you.
George Murugara.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me also to...
Seeing the interest, I will reduce the time to 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Allow me kindly to empathize with the families and the persons who suffered fatalities yesterday, their properties damaged. This is abhorrent. It has nothing to do with Gen Zs because we know for sure these youngsters were out to express themselves, but some hooligans hired by unscrupulous persons invaded them and decided to take things south. Honorable Speaker, I think always we must be the role models and examples. Even now we've been told ODM, the members who are here, Junet Mohammed, Millie Odhiambo, are examples on how we should be demonstrating. Honorable Speaker, as I watch the leaders who went to the streets, including a former Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, and for once, I asked myself whether really this is what a former Chief Justice should be doing. I saw another former Vice President of the country, Kalonzo Musyoka, carrying a wreath to go and lay on behalf of those who had lost their lives. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. But you do not lay wreaths on the streets to remember those who had passed on.
Order.
You
Order,
actually,
Jess Kambalu. Order.
You actually lay wreaths on the graves of those who passed on, not in the streets. So I wondered what Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka was doing, especially to our young people who should be learning from him, emulating him on how we should be properly doing our things. As leaders, we are role models. We are not there to incite young people, misdirect them, or mislead them. We are there to tutor them to rights and the paths of righteousness. So, with all that, while the Gen Zs were right, our politicians were not right at all, and this is the time they should be called upon to account. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also condemn in the strongest terms possible the destruction of property and infrastructure. But Mr. Speaker, we must be careful because when you look at the way this motion is worded, we seem more concerned about the property that was damaged, and we are not talking about the 10 people that lost their lives yesterday. We are not talking about the 60 that lost their lives last year, right here in Parliament.
Order,
Mr. Speaker,
Robert Mbui, order.
Mr. Speaker.
Order, Robert Mbui, take your seat. Save his time. Save his time. Robert Mbui, I'm also sitting here and I listen. Let's have fidelity to facts. Milo Odhiambo next to you has eulogized all the dead up to 20 years back. Your neighbor there who moved the motion talked about the same thing. Kimani Ichung'wah talked about the same thing. So let's bear fidelity to facts. The motion is not just about what is written, but also what is going to the Hansard. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker,
your time was saved, so you have not lost.
Mr. Speaker, the motion is very clear. It doesn't actually talk about the 60 that were killed last year. It doesn't talk about the 10 that were killed yesterday. It talks only about the destruction of property. So, Mr. Speaker, it's important. It's very important that we be careful about this issue. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Junet.
Mr. Speaker, is my deputy, who is not behaving very well also, Mr. Speaker, is he in order to mislead the House that we are in demonstrations, we have only lost 10 people, 60 people, when he knows very well we were with him having sufrias on our head, and we lost over 100 people on the road, Mr. Speaker, and he was part of us that time. Why is he not talking about those ones? Or because they are Luos, Mr. Speaker, and their lives don't matter. Luo lives don't matter in this country, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader knows that we also lost people from our region during all those demonstrations. So it's not about tribe. Mr. Speaker, we have to be careful not to trivialize a very serious thing. Now, Mr. Speaker, my concern is this, that this regime, unfortunately, seems to be curtailing rights that are enshrined in our Constitution under Chapter 4. Mr. Speaker, the first one is the freedom to demonstrate, Article 37.
Yesterday, you know that the police were trying to stop our youth from demonstrating, which unfortunately is against the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the right to life, police bullets have taken so many lives, and that is against Article 26. Mr. Speaker, the freedom for movement, which the minority leader has talked about, that people are coming from other places, is a right under Article 39. And Mr. Speaker, also the freedom of media under Article 34 has to also be respected. These rights are being trampled upon. But Mr. Speaker, more importantly, the reason behind yesterday's function is that we were coming to lay wreaths. Mr. Speaker, you know, you gave us permission. We laid wreaths even with members of this House. Outside Parliament, with your permission, I had informed you that my leaders would also be coming to lay wreaths. And you didn't refuse. You only said they don't come.
I told you it was not welcome in the presence
of Parliament. You said they don't come into Parliament.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we laid the wreaths at the fence on the barbed wire that has been put that is barricading Parliament. Mr. Speaker, how does a member then wake up and say that it is wrong for my party leader to commemorate and mourn those that were killed from all regions of the country? So, Mr. Speaker, I think let us not trivialize this thing. I have seen there's an attempt to try and malign certain individuals out of yesterday's activities. Mr. Speaker, this was spontaneous and it was done across the country. And Mr. Speaker, I condemn the destruction. I condemn the looting. I condemn the killings. But we must condemn it fairly so that we do not make it a partisan issue or an individual.
Yes, Deputy Speaker. Everybody has 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I must say that I give my condolences to the families who lost their loved ones. Also, my sympathies with the police officers who are injured. And also, congratulate the police for trying to keep the peace of this country. Honorable Speaker, what happened yesterday was not demonstrations. They were not peaceful demonstrations. Those were acts of hooliganism by criminals who destroyed people's properties. Today, there are people in Nairobi and other parts of the country who are facing bankruptcy. There are people who will not be able to pay for their children to go to school or even feed their families because they have lost everything and all their investment as in the name that somebody was exercising their right, their constitutional right to demonstrate. Yes, you can exercise your constitutional right to demonstrate, but you cannot exercise your right while you destroy the properties and the rights of others. That is completely unacceptable. Your rights end where the other person's rights start. And so we must guard our country from anarchy. We must take action against those who attacked our police stations. CCTV footage is available. They should be arrested and they should be charged. Because even if they are our children, they are not permitted to destroy people's properties or to burn down the government property, vehicles, police stations, courthouses. And I must say, shame on you, Chief Justice Maraga. You're currently on pension paid by the government. They pay for your cars, they pay for your gardener, they pay for your cook, and then you go to the streets to demonstrate and mislead our children, to destroy people's properties. Shame on you, Chief Justice Maraga. Somebody of you...
Farah Malim.
Mr. Speaker, I also begin by sending my condolences to all those ones who lost loved ones in all the incidents that had happened in this country for a very long time. Mr. Speaker, please, Mr. Speaker, there are countries that are autocratic and there are countries that are despotic. There are countries that are ruled by dictators. It is better to be ruled by a despot than to get into a situation of anarchy and chaos and you have a dissolution of that country. Mr. Speaker, the cardinal rule of the executive in this country here, Mr. Speaker, protect me from all this.
Order, honorable members. Let's listen to one another. Go on.
Mr. Speaker, my message goes out to two people. Anybody who is a dignified, retired politician who is having a pension on the basis of that position he held like a speaker, or anybody or in the judiciary, or a politician who is a former president or a former prime minister and gets involved in these kind of things, we should make a law that makes sure that he does not enjoy those perks again. I respected Maraga up until now, but I've now seen that he is nothing but a chaotic anarchist. Juvenile and many others. Mr. Speaker, they took a bit of my time. Give me 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, the most protected place in this world is the White House. It's not the Pentagon.
Give him a minute.
It is not the Pentagon. If you try to scale the boundary of the White House on 1600 Philadelphia Street, you'll be shot in the head. Immediately there are snipers out there to make sure that nobody scales that. When you have an ambition to go and occupy State House, you have occupied Parliament, you have burnt what do you call the judiciary, Mr. Speaker, that is anarchy and chaos, and it is on the executive to make sure that the institutions are protected, the lives and properties of Kenyans are protected, and there is a rule of law. There is only one way of dealing with people who are lawless, and that is a very firm application of the law itself. Mr. Speaker, we don't want to have a failed state. If we continue with this kind of liberalism and the way things are happening right now, Gachagua should be in prison today. He should be out there recording a statement and going to prison and going to court. And so should be all those other...
Mary Masse, order. Mary Masse.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand also to condole with the families who lost their loved ones and also wish quick recovery to all those who got injured, including our police officers who are putting their life in line to protect Kenyans and their property. Honorable Speaker, what happened yesterday was very disgusting, despicable to say the least. Honorable Speaker, what we witnessed yesterday was an organized uprising against this country. And we cannot allow this to continue, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we've had demonstrations in the past. We have had demonstrations, but the peculiarity of the recent demonstrations is disturbing, Honorable Speaker. Why are they targeting protected areas like Parliament, like State House, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, I want to support the position by the members who have spoken that these incidents must be investigated thoroughly and all the culprits brought to book, Honorable Speaker. We cannot continue to watch Kenya degenerate into a state of lawlessness and anarchy because we do not have any other country to go to. This is our country. And I conclude by saying, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, we need to bring an amendment in law into this House where we designate specific places for picketing so that if you want to picket, there is a designated place for you to go and picket. Not everywhere and disturbing everyone's peace and disturbing people's businesses and destroying people's property. It's unacceptable, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Kibagende, what's your point of order? You have a point of order? Yes, what is it? Kibagende, hold your horses.
Mheshimiwa Spika, hapo awali tukianza bunge hili ulisema kwamba iwapo kwamba wabunge watajisajili wa kutosha ili turudi kwa ule mswada wa NGCDF ungesitisha mazungumzo tupige kura. Ngoja kidogo tafadhali. Wasiwasi wangu Mheshimiwa Spika, ndio sababu nisimame kwa point of order, ni kwamba nimeona chamba hichi kilikuwa kimejaa na wengine huenda wakawa wako na shughuli ambazo zinawafanya wanatoka. Ifike wakati wa kwamba nitujadili mswada huu tuwe hatuna idadi ya watu, na kuomba Mheshimiwa Spika kwa taadhima zote na heshima usitishe mjadala huu, kwanza tujadili mswada uliokuwepo tupige.
Thank you. Honorable Chonga, from where I sit, I can see all of you, and I can tell how many you are. Since I made that pronouncement, the highest recorded number has been 193. That is not 233. The highest number you have recorded since I made the direction has been 193. So the moment you reach 233, I'll stop the clock on this motion and we vote. The moment we don't get there, the motion we passed stands. Thank you. Kibagendi?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want to appreciate for this opportunity. It is the first time you've given me a chance to speak outside a question or statement in this House. I appreciate. I want to also associate myself with the concerns that have been raised by my fellow colleagues, especially on the destruction of property and killings and the unfortunate things that happened yesterday. I, however, would also like to caution, we need to be also talking about the issues that have been raised by Gen Zs. The issues raised by the Gen Zs.
Fatuma, just hold on, Kibagendi, hold his time. Yes, give Mama.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Kibagendi has just made a statement. Maybe you didn't take notice. That it is the first time that you've given him an opportunity to speak in this House.
Yes.
I would like him to know that you don't pull people from their seats to speak. You must raise your voice. You must show that you are interested in speaking. So I beg him to withdraw that statement because you don't work in partiality. You are very considerate, Mr. Speaker. And he's never even in the House and he's blaming you. You don't point people from their houses to contribute. That is wrong, Ms. Kibagendi.
Thank you. Thank you, Fatuma, for defending me. And that's why I ignored it. Go on, Kibagendi.
That's extremely responsible from my fellow honorable member.
Go on
who does
with your
not
contribution.
Now, I wanted to make a point this way, Honorable Speaker. We must stop trivializing the concerns of young people of this country and trying to make it become like it is a Gachagua thing. Kenyans demonstrated across the country, and it is because of their concerns that we must all rise up and support these young people. Honorable Maraga did not come to the streets because he just wanted to come to it is because of the concerns of young people. I'm perturbed by what Honorable Farah Maalim and the Deputy Speaker speaking about Honorable Maraga and those who've spoken about the former Deputy President. It is irresponsible.
What is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Kibagendi is saying this was a Gen Z demonstration. Could he share the House with his experience in organizing the one in Kisii County, Mr. Speaker? Because he was the supervisor and organizer of that one, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I hope you'll add me the time because you realize all this time members have been...
Go ahead with you.
What I'm saying is this. Honorable Junet, with all due respect and all the leaders that have spoken before me, we need to be more concerned about the issues raised by young people in this country rather than trivialize this to what Gachagua has done to this country. Gachagua is such a small person. Did he organize in Mombasa? Did he organize in Kisii? Did he organize in Kericho? Why don't you have him arrested? Deal with Gachagua in accordance with the law. And finally, we want to advise that this
Mwafrika, you have 2 minutes. Avoid side shows and just contribute. Mwafrika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to repeat what has been said by other members, Mr. Speaker, but I have an issue of the way deployment of security was done yesterday selectively, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to give an example of the right.
Let's listen to Mwafrika.
Mr. Speaker, I have an issue in the way security was deployed yesterday selectively. I would like to give an issue of Githurai, Mr. Speaker.
Cooperative Bank, Githurai branch, was broken into. Next to Githurai branch, Mr. Speaker, we have Kasmat Supermarket, a Jubo mega supermarket, Mr. Speaker. It was also broken into. Mr. Speaker, across the road at Githurai roundabout, another supermarket, Kasmat Supermarket, the goons took 3 hours to break into that supermarket. Mr. Speaker, I just wondered, there was no even a single police officer at Githurai, Mr. Speaker, to offer the basic security of minimum security services of crime prevention, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, security was deployed selectively, and I will be raising a statement for the police to explain to us where the police officer were, where the goons took 3 hours to break Kasmat Supermarket in Githurai, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Totienda Molo.
Mr. Speaker, as a veteran demonstrator,
Yes.
I empathize and condole with the families that lost their loved ones. We must say that Article 37 is very clear, the right to demonstrate peaceably and unarmed. But that right does not extend to an attempt to establish government other than by law. Article 3.2 is very clear, and it must be read out that any person, any attempt to establish a government otherwise than in accordance with this constitution is unlawful. We must be very clear, Mr. Speaker. Demonstrations are different from anarchy. What we saw in Mombasa were demos. What we saw in all those other places mentioned in the motion, that was anarchy, and it cannot be tolerated. Mr. Speaker, we condemn the hiring of goons. We condemn the torching of courts, police stations, and houses. We condemn the extreme provocation of the police. But, Mr. Speaker, I also condemn the CAK for stopping live coverage, because the CAK cannot do that in the face of a very clear judgment by the court. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Osoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for also giving me this opportunity to air my views.
Order, Mama Machakos. Order. Yes, Osoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have really not lived for long in this planet Earth. It's just nearly about 4 decades. And about 3/4 of such I've lived in the Mount Kenya region. Honorable Speaker, what I saw yesterday in Mount Kenya has never been seen before. And I'll be very specific on Mount Kenya because that is a place I grew in, Honorable Speaker. What I saw in terms of looting and destruction of property has never been witnessed before, Honorable Speaker. And we call it by its name. But there are 3 things I'll speak to, Honorable Speaker. Number 1, we need to review the police laws, Honorable Speaker. We need to find a way to guard our police officers from these anarchists that are emanating from all over. That is number 1. We really must review that. Number 2, if you can protect me, Honorable Speaker, from
Order, Honorable Kamene. You have the right to converse with your neighbors, but not to shout the way you are doing. Please keep your cool.
So, number 1, Honorable Speaker, we need to review the police laws. We need to protect our police officers. Number 2, we need to look into the question of pension or those officers, the retired officers who are pensionable, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Muturi earns more than 1 million shillings, Honorable Speaker, from the pension, from the taxpayer, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka earns a lot of money, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Maraga earns a lot of money. That law must be reviewed. They need not to earn when they are actively involved in such things, Honorable Speaker. Number 3, Honorable Speaker, it's the question to the former Deputy President. You claim to speak for the Mount Kenya region. Now speak about the destruction of property. Speak about the loss of jobs. Talk about Naivas that was looted in Nyeri. Now talk about those young people that lost jobs in Nyeri. Talk about...
Elachi. Okay, give him a minute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Talk about the lives lost. Now talk about the Kikuyu law courts, Honorable Speaker, that was burnt down, Honorable Speaker. Talk about those people who are suffering, Honorable Speaker, when they were going home after doing their business, Honorable Speaker. They were being stopped by goons and they were being asked of money before they passed, Honorable Speaker. If this person claims to speak about, for Mount Kenya people, this is the time we want to hear about those people who lost businesses in town, those people that have suffered, Honorable Speaker. And there is no question about it. Honorable Rigathi Gachagua must be arrested. And all the politicians that work under him, they should be arrested and investigated, because we saw some of them moving around and claiming that they are supporting this movement called Gen Z, which is a lie, Honorable Speaker. There is no movement called Gen Z. These are criminals. There is nothing like that. There is nothing called Gen Z, Honorable Speaker. Those are people who are hiding behind a generation to loot and bring anarchy in this country, Honorable Speaker.
Elachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to say that indeed it is very unfortunate as leaders to just see our country go. And indeed, it is very sad that when you are in this house and you think the things that are happening outside there will not find you on the doorstep, then I think you've never remembered what happened in 2007, Mr. Speaker. We started a joke. We ended up with all the lives we lost. And so as much as I will say today that it is sad for parents who lose their children because of political scores, that today we are here again discussing an anarchy in Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, I will tell you, and first of all, thank all the constituencies in Nairobi that made sure they restrained themselves from destroying property. But at the same time, the rapes that happened on Thika Road, Mr. Speaker, has never been done like that. And Mr. Speaker, I want to speak as I finalize to our generation, that you are a young generation that can shape the future of this country. You are innovators, you are digital. But I want to tell you, in a world where it's growing with a lot of conflict, you will be overwhelmed and people will take advantage. But I want to say, we must bring a law here to give incentives to our young people to start businesses without taxes so that we give them jobs, because in their generation, there is no jobs. Everything is going digital. They will never have employment. We must think, and we must tell those who are thinking, you can use Gen Zs to have power.
Madenge. Before Madenge takes the floor, I acknowledge in this public gallery Ararat Shiner School from Ainabkoi was in Gishu. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome them to the House of Parliament. Madenge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to add my voice in saying pole to the families who lost, who had their loved ones lose their lives because of the demonstrations yesterday. Mr. Speaker, yesterday was a sad day for Nyeri. And Mr. Speaker, this nation has to have those of us in leadership and those of us who are citizens rising up to the occasion and saving our country. We have to become the conscience of our nation. We cannot solve our grievances by destroying what we have. The time has come for a candid conversation. Our young people are speaking, but they must know that this country, to get where it has gotten, it has taken painstaking building. And it is important that we appeal to them that this country belongs to them, but they cannot be able to live in a country that is ruined and destroyed. Mr. Speaker, I pray for moderation across the board, right from those of us sitting in this House who have made statements that only serve to inflame passions and emotions. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we realize that we are standing at a very crucial point. Our country is at crossroads. We must save our country. I plead with all of us that we rise up to the occasion and do what has to be done. Our country cannot get destroyed in our hands and during our time.
Mwashako? Is that Mwashako? No. Member for... Yes, take the floor. Yes, the member from Kisii.
Barongo.
Barongo.
Yeah.
Yes, my friend Barongo. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also contribute on the what we witnessed yesterday. Mr. Speaker, I can see from the mood of most of the members a blanket condemnation of what happened yesterday. But, Mr. Speaker, this has not happened just once. This is the second time that this is happening. And for sure, next year, the Gen Zs again will rise up again to continue to press all of us around addressing the issues that are very important to them. So as much as we are condemning everything that went wrong yesterday, we must laud these people for pushing us to be better versions of ourselves so that we can be able to bequeath them with a better future going forward. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Didimas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this, that what we witnessed yesterday was not a demonstration. What we witnessed yesterday was a group of criminals that were mobilized by an individual who want to use the tears of Kenyans who are losing their businesses and the blood that our young people are shedding to resurrect his already stifled political career. Honorable Speaker, the person who orchestrated, masterminded, and funded these activities is well known, Mr. Speaker. The police must arrest the former impeached Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Rigathi Gachagua, because we cannot continue as a country to watch a tribal individual mobilizing his members of his communities to engage in hooliganism, Honorable Speaker. The blood of the people who lost their lives, the tears of those whose businesses were broken into, Honorable Speaker, will cry revenge on the life of Rigathi Gachagua. He cannot be mobilizing members of his community to begin maiming other people, to begin destroying the properties of the people of Kenya. Yet he is busy looking for tenders for his own children. The law must be applied equitably and equally, regardless of whether the criminal is a rich who lives in the castle or is a poor person who lives beneath the bridge, Honorable Speaker. The Rigathi Gachagua must be arrested and prosecuted and taken to jail.
Bensouda.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also rise to make my contributions on this motion. Honorable Speaker, what happened yesterday, as a parliament, we have to condemn in the strongest possible terms. Number one, I want to say that we must rise to a parliament, a nation that solves problems. We must not allow some people to take political scores because we have a little bit relaxed on providing for justice. The justice we are talking about, the families that their children lost their lives. We need to organize for a national prayer, give them compensation, and shame the demons in the broad daylight. Mr. Speaker, number two, the police have tried, and yesterday they exercised restraint. We have to take it that they must be beefed up in terms of their numbers. Whether it requires additional resources, Mr. Speaker, I came to Parliament yesterday and saw the work that they were doing. I want to applaud them, but they need to be increased in number so that we don't have a situation whereby when things are getting out of hands, then we direct the GSU to come. I witnessed next to the Parliament here, the people who are hiding behind Gen Zs, Mr. Speaker. The Gen Zs came in, and when they walked and found the policemen, the age of the real Gen Zs, they were allowed to walk in. All of them clapped, and they were young children. But the ones who are exercising hooliganism, Mr. Speaker, those are not Gen Zs. My third contribution, the women are the largest numbers who lost their properties yesterday, besides the ones who were raped. I could see the ones who are confessing over the television. The majority are the women.
Benja.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to join my colleagues in condoling the families who lost their children, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a way of information...
I'll reduce to 1 minute now.
Mr. Speaker, as a way of information, because I've had members talk here, I was here in the 11th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, and I'm aware we passed a law called Deputy President and other state officers retirement benefits act, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, in that act, we are giving the retired Deputy President some salary and vehicles, retired Chief Justice, retired Speakers, Mr. Speaker. But we also said in that act, Mr. Speaker, that for as long as they are not engaged in political activities, Mr. Speaker, they will enjoy that pension, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want now to ask the executive to remove vehicles and salaries from former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka, to remove vehicles and salaries, Mr. Speaker, from the retired Chief Justice, Mr. Speaker, because they are now engaged in anarchy, they are engaged in politics, Mr. Speaker. The law is there, Mr. Speaker. We only need to execute the law so that we make sure they enjoy the retirement or they play politics, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Patrick Macau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too join the families of those children who lost their lives and also the policemen who are hurt during the demonstrations. Mr. Speaker, I think as a House, it is high time we listen to ourselves, listen to the young people, and ask ourselves, what's the bigger question? How do we engage these young people? Mr. Speaker, I agree. There could be people who are inciting them. But the bigger picture is how we engage them. Because as a parliament, you know how much we are looked at as though we don't fight for them. Mr. Speaker, I want us to stand up and engage the young people of this nation. And Mr. Speaker, again, I want also when the policemen are out there, when they are controlling these crowds. Mr. Speaker, when I look at yesterday at Matu, 2 people were shot. When you look at the crowds which were at Matu and Wote, compared to Nairobi and other places, 4 people lost their lives. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge even the...
Sane.
Mr. Speaker, the right to demonstration is enshrined in our Constitution. Looting supermarkets, robbing mama bogas, burning police stations, personal properties are not within the realm of that right. Mr. Speaker, protests are majorly political from what I have observed. We elect leaders through the ballot. We have a legitimately elected president. Marching to State House is tantamount to a coup, which is unacceptable. I'm looking forward to a time when somebody from northern Kenya can be a president peacefully. Nyanza can be an elected president, can produce a president. The western Kenyan people can be president. The coastal people can be president. We can't have a monopoly of leadership just because you disagree with somebody. Somebody cannot be the president. I entirely don't approve that.
Chonga.
Asante mstahiki Speaker. Mimi nimekuwa mmoja kati ya ambao washawahi kuwekwa ndani kwa sababu ya maandamano. Chenye mimi najiuliza Speaker ni kwamba maandamano ya kila wakati yanapokuja kuna wizi, kuna ubakaji, kuna maisha tunapoteza. Tukiwa wabunge wenye tengeneza sheria, tutakaa tuangalie hii hali paka lini? Mbona hatusikii maandamano Rwanda? Mbona hatusikii maandamano Tanzania? Mbona hatusikii maandamano kwa majirani? Wakati tukiandamana, hakuna faida tumeweza kuipata isipokuwa ni hasara zaidi ya hasara. Nataka kizazi ambacho kinakuja kitukumbuke ya kwamba bunge hili lilisimama kidete na likakuja na suluhisho ya kusitisha kutafuta mbinu mbadala za kuweza kuwasilisha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really sympathize with those ones who lost their properties and lives under the hands of a bloodthirsty personality, a vampire of our generation, the man who cares less, the man who feels nothing. Mr. Speaker, we as members of parliament have come across the wrath of this man. I had started with the wrath of this man on Sunday. He came to my constituency sorting everybody, and he brought this to Nairobi. It is a shame. It's a shame to the organizers. It's a shame to those people who came and encouraged our people to rape our women. It is so bad. It's a shame.
Member for Isiolo. Is it North or Bidu?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to give me the opportunity for me to contribute. In itself, we all condemn what happened yesterday. Goons cannot rule a country. Goons will only destroy a country. So whatever happened, if anybody has any issues, we don't condone goonism. And goons are in every form. Even in my county, there was a goon which was going on, up to the point of county assembly could not sit because goons were employed by the governor and he was stopping the members of the county assembly from sitting. So we should condemn goons in all forms so that we get safe in Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, sorry.
Tongoyo, Chairman, Security, I'll give you 2 minutes by virtue of yours.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want to join the rest of us who have spoken to condemn what happened yesterday, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I should also want to really pass my condolences to the families who lost their loved one in yesterday's demonstration, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, from the very start, Honorable Speaker, what happened yesterday was not, Honorable Speaker, demonstration. They are riots. Honorable Speaker, as much as Article 37 talk clearly about the right of Kenyans to demonstrate, to picket, to assemble, it outlines the condition under which it has to take place. It says that it has to be peaceful, it has to be, the demonstration has to be unarmed. And Honorable Speaker, what we saw is totally the opposite. The people who participated in the demonstration or in the riot, Honorable Speaker, they are armed. And the intention was very clear, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, what is so surprising, Honorable Speaker, is actually when, Honorable Speaker, you take keen look to what actually these people, the places they ban, the police station, the Ngao offices, the supermarket, you keep wondering what the intention was, Honorable Speaker. In fact, Honorable Speaker, I'm sorry to say, in one instance, I think it was in Kikuyu, these people raided the police station and they ran away with ammunition box full of bullets, right? You keep wondering, Honorable Speaker, what were they up to? You just conclude, Honorable Speaker, these are the people who are outrightly out for a coup, a civilian coup, to overturn a legitimately elected government.
Edith Nyenze, did you give him 2 minutes?
Thank you. Thank you.
Done your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity.
Edith, just hold.
Yes.
Wind up what you're saying.
Honorable Speaker, as I finish, Honorable Speaker, I want really to commend the work done by our police officers, the very patriotic, dedicated officers who actually went beyond the call of duty to protect this country. Honorable Speaker, it's a moment we should be able to have a candid conversation to really, Honorable Speaker, come to our senses and able to protect this country because we don't have any other country to run to. We only have one country, Kenya.
and we must safeguard it. And if it means for looking at our security laws, Honorable Speaker, we should actually do the same, Honorable Speaker. I support.
Edith Nyanze.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to empathize with the families who lost their loved ones and also people who lost property and livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, let me say that as we condemn and see some people organize the strikes or the riots, let's also recognize that there is a problem in our country. How can our youth be so daring to even want to lose their lives? That means there is a lot of hopelessness. There is a lot of desperation. And this is the thing which we should actually be addressing. How can we help our Gen Zs? How can we help the young people? We should not continue condemning other people who do not have instruments of power. Who has the instrument of power? Because we can't keep on blaming other people who have no power, like we keep on...
Member for Kwanza.
Mr. Speaker, this demonstration I saw yesterday, there was not a demonstration. There was an anarchy, and I want us as a parliament, Mr. Speaker, if you could listen to me, I think let's have a solution. Because as it is, we are just talking. I want us to at least sit as a house to be able to demonstrate to the Kenyans that this is what we are going to do in the case. Because there are even people who are actually leaders in this country who are involved. That we saw. So I would suggest, the Speaker, that this House can form a team to be able to look at this and see how far we can go to condemn the whole thing and see what can be able to be done.
Wakili Mureo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I want also to empathize and give my condolences to the members of the community who lost their lives, even the community who lost their properties. Mr. Speaker, as we talk about the riots and looting yesterday, there is one thing we are not focusing on. Why is the country angry? Why is the country angry? The country is angry because the youth do not have a job. The country is angry because there's overtaxation. The country is angry because the government has refused to listen to them. Yesterday it was Raila. Today you are saying it's Gachagua. What I want to tell you is this. Unless we address the core issues affecting this country, mismanagement of the economy,
Nyakundi. Nyakundi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for also giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, what we witnessed yesterday was pure anarchy. What we witnessed yesterday was looting, terrorism, someone who wanted to take this country to the goose. And as this House, we cannot accept, and the people of Kenya, to be taken to the goose by someone who was fired or who was impeached because of his bad manners. As a country, we sympathize with those who lost their loved ones. We sympathize for everyone who lost his property yesterday. But as this House, we must sit down and look on the solution towards the problem that we have as a country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Odanga Makoha.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I condole with the families that lost their loved ones, and also I pray for those who are sick, those who are maimed and injured to recover quickly. Honorable Speaker, we need a conversation. The young people who have spoken, they are speaking repeatedly. We need to listen to them. A conversation is very critical, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable.
Zaire. Can somebody look for Junet? It's time we...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'd like to express my condolence to the family of the ones who passed away. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this motion and totally condemn the acts of lawlessness, destruction, and vandalism that we witnessed yesterday in this republic. Let it be clear, this country upholds the right to peaceful assembly, but what we witnessed was not a generic demonstration, Mr. Speaker. It was a coordinated assault on the very foundation of our republic, a coup attempt and more of a terrorist attack to this government by the Lord of Impunity, Rigathi Gachagua. Honorable Speaker, it is not enough to condemn. I request through you.
Mama Nairobi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I pass condolences to all the families that have lost their loved ones and wish quick recovery for the ones that are in hospital, I would like to talk about the Law Society and the action that they need to focus on. Penal Code 137 says that any person who improperly and indecently interferes with or offers any indignity to a dead human body. And then there is also the Computer Misuse and Cyber Crimes Act, unauthorized publication of intimate and offensive images, even if true. Honorable Speaker, we're seeing a tendency of videos of the dead being taken and shared online, not caring about whether the parents of that dead person know or whether the parents of that dead person or the family members would want to see the bodies of their dead being displayed on social media. I feel that this is a breach of the law and we should respect the dead, and we should, even if we take the videos, we should share them directly with the family, but not online to get...
Lel Mengit.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My heart goes to those families who lost their loved ones. And also, Honorable Speaker, I would like to condemn what happened yesterday. Honorable Speaker, those are not Gen Zs, and we are using this term Gen Zs wrongly. Those who are organized political or criminal gangs, Honorable Speaker. These are bitter people, these are vengeful people, these are desperate people who see death and blood as Christmas celebrations. Honorable Speaker, this has to be out in public, Honorable Speaker, that these are people who are bitter and who are angry for power, Honorable Speaker, who are organizing these demonstrations and destroying property and lives of people, Honorable Speaker. I want to urge and also condemn the police out there that you exercise powers according to the constitution of this country, and I want to condemn you for the restraint that you had yesterday, and I pray that...
Condemn or commend? Yes, Kajwang TJ.
Mr. Speaker, you need a state to enjoy your rights. Listen, everybody. You need a unified state to enjoy those rights. You need a stable country to enjoy those rights. Those rights you cannot enjoy if we are in a turmoil in a military state. The way we are going into Kenya, we are going into a military state. We are. Those people who cannot face the ballot and cannot get power through the ballot are taking us straight to the military dictatorship. And I can tell you, the shortest period of time a country has got out of military dictatorship is 15 years, 20 years actually. In fact, you will need the whole generation to wipe out the whole generation.
Give him a minute.
Just to finish a sentence, you will take a whole generation to come back to a democracy. So don't joke. Don't joke with this thing. If you want power, talk to your people from Mount Kenya and come to the ballot and take that power. But you cannot take us to a military dictatorship. Even when I, from Ruaraka, would go to the streets every day, I only went there because I wanted my democratic rights to enjoy. But I don't go there in a void, in a military state. Mr. Speaker, we need a country where we are ruled by the rule of law. I am ashamed two chief justices. In fact, I think I'm a better chief justice than some of those.
Kahangara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Let me also pass my condolences to the families of those people who lost their lives last year and this year. And Mr. Speaker, let me say that Kenya is a democracy, a country that holds elections every 5 years, meaning that people have an opportunity to put in the government that they would want in place, and will not allow a government where people want to come through the back door. Mr. Speaker, let me speak for the police. Our police have really shown restraint. And as a country, if we want to move forward, how do we expect our police officers to be able to protect property when people are coming when they are armed and police are not able to take action? Mr. Speaker, I think this is an opportunity for us as a House where we should be able to sit, and if it means changing our laws so that we can be able to protect the people who are supposed to be protecting us, as the police, we ensure that they are able to arrest, they are able to stop what was happening yesterday. Otherwise, when we...
Thank you, Kangara. Mover to reply. We gave 1.5 hours. We have exceeded by 5 minutes.
Oh? Are you allowed to donate?
You have 5 minutes to reply.
No,
you can
10,
donate.
10, Mr. Speaker, I have 10.
You have 10 minutes.
Yes.
You can donate.
1 minute to Gogo.
Order.
1 minute to Gogo. And 1 minute to Bararot.
2 minutes.
And 1 minute to Alcalau. That is all, Mr. Speaker. Only 3 minutes.
Okay. Kogo. Lillian.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I don't know whether to thank you or to thank my majority leader, because I raised my hand throughout and you simply refused to see me.
Just thank the Speaker, because I can
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question is, as I condole with the people who lost their families, as I condole with the mothers who lost their loved ones, as I condole and empathize with the people and the women and the young people who lost their businesses, were these people going to State House or were they going to State House girls? And what interest did they have in State House girls? And finally, Honorable Speaker, I want to say, they went burning police stations. They should take, it has been said that Gachagua should be arrested. He should be arrested, be put up in a police station, and I will personally go and put that police station in flames so that it is destroyed forever. Then after that...
Did you
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to extend my message of condolences to the families who lost their dear ones. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want to condemn the anarchy we saw yesterday in our streets. Mr. Speaker, my message is that these people, the sponsors who led actually in the demonstrations yesterday, Gen Zs have been saying that they are leaderless, but we saw leaders yesterday, former leaders, joining the demonstration. They should be punished, Mr. Speaker. Another thing, Mr. Speaker, is that the NCIC, what is their role currently in the country? We've seen a lot of and witnessed a lot of hate speech, but NCIC are quiet. They are supposed to come out and protect. Another thing, Mr. Speaker, is the IPOA. Criminals should not use IPOA as a way.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to send a message of condolence to the people who lost their loved ones, and in a special way, Mama Brian Dongo from Olkalau. Honorable Speaker, having said that, this House must look at what happened yesterday like a timing bomb. There is clear disconnect between the Gen Z and the country leadership. And this House knows we cannot pretend that we don't know. We know the issues of unemployment, the issues of abduction, the issues of continued killing of their colleagues, and that is why the Gen Z came. And the Gen Z are normally very peaceful until they are brutally provoked by government-sponsored goons. Sakaja plan failed. Yesterday, Gen Z finished their demos at 4, and the goons that were organized came on the street to loot. And we cannot call the Gen Z the looters. We cannot call them the goons. They are goons who are sponsored by...
Yes, yes, Masara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Migori has been the headquarter of demonstration. I thank the people of Migori because yesterday Migori was very quiet. Mr. Speaker, we have only one country. And those who are thinking they can ban this country, where will they be after the country is banned? I want to request each and every citizen that it is high time we sit down and agree that if it is power was there the other day. Power has left them less than 2 years, and they have started banning their own property. Mr. Speaker, I can say that moving forward, we are not going to blame Gen Zs. We'll talk to our young people and tell them, some of us, like me and Junette here, we are a product of civil society. From councillor to mayor to now MP and going to be the next governor of Migori. Young people, let you not be misused, let you not be go astray. You have a future. This country belongs to you after we have.
Now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I want to thank the members of this House for taking their time to contribute to this important motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the Constitution, it is only this House that can address matters of concern to the people, Mr. Speaker. And what happened yesterday must be a matter of concern to the people of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've listened keenly to the contribution of every single member, and every member has reiterated that this country cannot slide to anarchy. We must have a country that we are all proud of, Mr. Speaker. We must have a country that serves us all equally, irrespective of our religion, our race, our community, our tribe, our color, please, and all kinds of things. Mr. Speaker, but one thing I've noted, Mr. Speaker, from the contribution of my members is that they have confirmed all and sundry here that yesterday's demonstrations were not Gen Z demonstrations. They were political demonstrations organized by politicians who are power hungry, who are impeached, and who want to come back to power through the back door, Mr. Speaker, and take this country to the dogs. I want to speak to the young people of our country, Mr. Speaker, wherever they are, may they be in my constituency or in other constituencies, that your good intentions of rectifying what is happening in this country, of speaking to the powers that be, has been hijacked and overtaken by selfish, inward-looking, self-interested politicians, Mr. Speaker, who are power-hungry, led by one man called Rigathi Gachagua. Mr. Speaker, a member here said that Sakaja brought goons. Was Sakaja in Olkalau? Was Sakaja in Kikuyu? Was Sakaja in Nyeri? Was Sakaja in Kiambu? Was Sakaja in Muranga? Was Sakaja in Madira? Was Mei in Kieni? Sakaja was in Nairobi. But the distractions and looting that happened in Mount Kenya, Mr. Speaker, is what we describe today as ethnic mobilization. Someone has decided to mobilize his ethnicity, thinking that he can invade State House and take power through a coup. Power can only be gotten through the ballot, Mr. Speaker. You have to go and campaign, talk to the people, sell your policies, tell people what your manifesto is, and they will elect you, and then you can rule the country, Mr. Speaker. Any other shortcut to power, nobody will entertain it. No country will allow that, and no citizen will allow that. Mr. Speaker, our country is a very beautiful country. The constitution that we enjoy in this country, Mr. Speaker, very little countries have, including developed countries in Western world, Mr. Speaker. The kind of constitution we have, the Bill of Rights, the kind of constitution we enjoy, no African country enjoys, Mr. Speaker. But there are people who are hell-bent to mutilate and discard that constitution, Mr. Speaker, for their own selfish. One of the things I've heard this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, that has shocked me, really, really, and sent shivers in my spine, Mr. Speaker, is when the leader of majority stood in his place in the House, Mr. Speaker, and said that their home was invaded for the sole purposes of killing his father, who is 105 years, and his mother, who is 85 years, Mr. Speaker, what have the parents of the majority leader got to do with the politics of this country? A man who has done everything he could do in this world. Mr. Speaker, he has even informed me privately here that one man had to be shot so that the thugs can run away, Mr. Speaker. And they have confirmed, I can say this on the floor of this House, that those thugs were organized and supervised by one man called Rigathi Gachagua, Mr. Speaker. What kind of inhumanity can that be, Mr. Speaker, that you want to attack the parents of a politician because you don't like that politician? You want to kill the parents of that politician. If that man can now think of killing the parents of the majority leader, Mr. Speaker, what do you think that man is going to do in 2027, Mr. Speaker? No wonder he said that 2027 will be a Christmas party. I mean 2007 will be a Christmas party, Mr. Speaker. The member of parliament from Odaya has just told me now, Mr. Speaker, that he has lost one of his constituents yesterday. You know, he has lost a constituent. The member for Odaya, Mr. Speaker, here, a very close, campaigner of his, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, why are we allowing this anarchy to perpetuate in this country? And now they are using the name of Gen Zs to cause anarchy, to cause mayhem, to maim women, to kill people, and to... Mr. Speaker, I asked when I was moving the motion, if you want to demonstrate nationally, you can demonstrate in every part of the country where you are. You don't have to transport people from Kiambu, from Murang'a, from Nyeri, from Laikipia, and bring them to Nairobi so that you demonstrate. What happens if the member for parliament for Narok East, yes, decides to bring his people, the Maasais from Narok, to Nairobi, and then Millie Odhiambo decides to bring Sobas from Soba, and then Wanyonyi brings people from Trans Nzoia, and everyone meets here in Nairobi. What kind of country are we going to have? So, Mr. Speaker, these are people, now I see them now walking around in the wards of Kenyatta Hospital today, saying that they are visiting young people that they brought to the streets so that they can be injured, they can be killed for no reason, Mr. Speaker. The young people of this country have good intentions, we know. They want our country to be safe. The young people of our country don't want what Gachagua is planning. They want a safe country, a country that they can be proud of when they get old, Mr. Speaker. And that is what we are going to do. All of us in this house were elected by Gen Zs. We never came here by ourselves. We were voted for by Gen Zs. We were voted for by women, by elderly, by every person. And we know what our constituents want. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I beg to reply.
Member for Lamu, take the nearest seat. Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 10, which is that appreciating that Article 37 of the Constitution guarantees the right to assemble, demonstrate, and present petitions to public authorities peacefully. Further appreciating that on Wednesday, 25th June 2025, sections of the population participated in public demonstrations and protests in various parts of the country. Deeply disturbed that in exercise of this great constitutional right, there were numerous cases of violence, arson, invasion into both private and public properties, attacks on innocent wananchi and security officials, most of police officers, and further deeply disturbed that demonstrators destroyed and vandalized both public and private properties and infrastructure, including courts, administration offices, shops, business premises, homes and supermarkets in various places in the country, including Nairobi, Kikuyu, and Olkalau, among other places, alarmed by attempts by demonstrators to enter girls' schools, including the State House Girls' School, Nairobi. Now, therefore, this House, 1, condemns in the strongest terms the deliberate destruction of public and private property and infrastructure during demonstrations, including court records. 2, express grave concern over the repeated incidents of violence targeting civilians and public officers, including security personnel. 3, affirms and acknowledges the right of every citizen to demonstrate, protest, and express dissent, while emphasizing the need to protect livelihoods, and property. And 4, calls upon the Inspector General of Police and the Directorate of Criminal Investigations to immediately and expeditiously investigate the acts of lawlessness and bring to justice those found culpable, including current and former politicians who are involved in the planning, mobilization, financing, and incitement of mobs, goons, and criminals. As members of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, as we go to the next order, I want to thank you for exhibiting maturity, decorum, and decency in debating a rather emotive issue. The events of yesterday should alarm all of you and all of us Kenyans that we need to speak to each other and make our country safe. This morning, the leadership of this House joined yours truly to meet a delegation from Nigeria, led by the majority leader of their parliament. They have come to Kenya to learn from us on how we engineered our new constitution. They have come to learn from us on how we are nurturing our democracy. What we saw yesterday is an antithesis of democracy. And we want to urge all of us, everybody included in the management of the affairs of the country, more so, we, the political class. It is wrong, it's unlawful, it's unconstitutional and unacceptable to hide and take advantage of the poverty of our people, to hire them and take them to the streets to suffer untold harm. There was looting and burning of property in Dagoretti up to 8 p.m. last night. Rongai, same thing. Assuming it was demonstrations, demonstrations have a timeline. You start in the morning at 10 and end by 5, 6. I urge you, honorable members, and the legal team that advises the Speaker, you need to think seriously about having a law that governs and protects demonstrations and demonstrators against infiltrations by wrong people hell-bent on doing wrong things. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
We'll go back to receiving responses to statements. A response to Charles Ngusia. Is Charles Ngusia in the House? Yes. The Chair, Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation, is he in the House? He is not. Ngusia will push your response to Tuesday. Response to Mother Wangari by Finance and Planning. Both Mother and Finance are not here next Tuesday. Labor to Cynthia Muge. Yes, Major Deco, you have a response? Then response to Daniel Nanok from Regional Development. Is the Chair Regional Development here? Lochakapong, are you ready? Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This is a statement regarding the implementation of Shirika Plan.
Order. Are you addressing the Speaker or the Chair? Which Chair?
Sorry, I say Honorable Chair.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker. Apologies, Honorable Speaker.
Go ahead and respond.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, this is a statement regarding the implementation of Shirika Plan for refugees and host communities submitted to a committee in response to a question that was asked by the member for Turkana West, the Honorable Epuyo Nanok. Now, Honorable Speaker, Kenya has hosted refugees and asylum seekers from the Great Lakes region, East and the Horn of Africa for over 3 decades. Now, the country remains the 5th largest refugee hosting country in Africa and the 13th largest asylum country in the world. Honorable Speaker, the government of Kenya, in collaboration with partners, has been taking concrete steps to improve the conditions of host communities and refugees. In line with Global Compact on Refugees, GCR 2018, and its comprehensive refugee response framework, Shirika Plan builds on the success of past and ongoing programs. In 2022, Honorable Speaker, the government pronounced its intention to strengthen integration through socio-economic inclusion of host communities and refugees through a strategy called Marshall Plan, which was later renamed Shirika Plan. Shirika is a multi-year plan that aims to enhance socio-economic inclusion for host communities in refugees for them to be self-reliant and resilient. The Shirika Plan is in line with the Constitution of Kenya, Refugees Act 2021, Sustainable Development Goals, Vision 2030, and Medium-Term Plan 4, and bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Shirika builds on the success of Kalobeyei Integrated Socio-Economic Development Plan, Phase 1 and 2, and Garissa Integrated Socio-Economic Plan. Shirika Plan was officially launched on 28th of March 2025 by His Excellency the President, William Ruto. The plan is an initiative to turn the country's 2 refugee camps in Dadaab and Kakuma into self-reliant integrated settlements, allowing refugees and host communities to live and work side by side and access donor and government services alike. This comes on the back of commitment made through the 2018 Global Compact for Refugees, which Kenya is party to. Shirika Plan has been lauded as a major step forward in securing durable solutions for Kenya's over 800,000 refugees and asylum seekers, finding solutions to forced displacement, many of these refugees having lived in Kenya since the 1990s, has become even more pressing in the wake of recent U.S. aid cuts, which threaten the livelihoods of refugees receiving material assistance from donors. Therefore, Shirika Plan will transform how we respond to refugee crisis from a series of annual care and maintenance programs into a sustainable government-led comprehensive refugee response. Honorable Speaker, the objectives of the Shirika Plan, one is to facilitate the transition to government-led development, development-oriented and integrated services. 2, strengthen the capacity of government institutions to serve refugees and host communities. Now 3, enhance resource mobilization in support of integration in the spirit of burden sharing. And 4, promote socio-economic inclusion of host communities and refugees to enhance self-reliance and resilience. Honorable Speaker, pillars of the Shirika Plan. Now the plan has 6 pillars, which include 1, pillar number 1 is systems building and enabling policy frameworks to strengthen national institutions' capacities to ensure equity, equality, and inclusion. Pillar number 2, integrated service delivery, focuses on the equitable access to all services. This includes education, health, adequate housing, wash, electricity, social protection, energy, etc. Pillar number 3, Honorable Speaker, human capital and skills development for community-led market-driven development, including market-based TVET, market development, financial inclusion, and services. Pillar number 4, Honorable Speaker, sustainable natural resource management, including climate change, aimed at sustainable environmental management. Pillar number 5, sustainable economic development, focuses on rural and urban business development, economic infrastructure, technological development, and others. Pillar number 6, durable solutions and complementary pathways. This focuses on voluntary return, resettlement to third countries, socioeconomic inclusion, complementary pathways, advocacy, coordinated assessments, and cross-border initiatives. Now, Honorable Speaker, coming to the questions that were raised by the Honorable Epuya Ranok, the member for Turkana West. Question number 1, report on whether the national government has conducted public participation and sensitization on the Shirika Plan, including evidence of the activity and the extent to which it complies with Article 102 231A. It complies with Article 10(2)A and 232(1)D of the Constitution on involvement of the people in policy making. Now, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Interior and the National Administration through the State Department for Immigration and Citizen Services and the Department of Refugee Services held consultative meetings and public participation forums across major refugee hosting counties, which include Turkana, Garissa, Mombasa, Kilifi, Nairobi, Nakuru, Uasin Gishu, Kiambu, and Kajiado. In line with Article 10(2)A and 232(1)D of the Constitution of Kenya, at inception, consultative meetings were held in 2023 and 2024, which was followed by onboarding of a consultant to best capture the views by the public. In 2025, between January and March, public participation forums were held where participants were taken through the draft Shirika document. Between 23 and 25, a total of 75 public engagements meetings were held. The categories of groups engaged included host communities, refugees, members of parliament, governors, members of county assembly, UN agencies, development partners, donors, international and national government, national non-governmental organizations, counties, departments, and agencies, both levels of governments, private sector, business community, community-based organizations, CBOs, refugee-led organizations, and civil society. Now, the public participation and sensitization forums were conducted in a participatory approach where all participants were allowed to give their recommendations and inputs in the document. The views collected during the public participation, consultations, and sensitization forums helped shape the document that was launched by His Excellency the President on 28th of March 2025. The Shirika Plan is a living document and can be reviewed on need basis. Number two, Honorable Speaker, measures put in place to ensure Shirika Plan does not overstretch existing community resources, specifically with respect to infrastructure such as schools, health facilities, water supply, and sanitation, and strategies put in place to fund projects enhancing the socio-economic facilities of host communities. Honorable Speaker, refugees and asylum seekers have been within our communities since Kenya gained independence. The numbers increased significantly in the 1992 during the fall of Somali government. Kenya has since witnessed rising numbers with current population standing at 849,625, where 431,216 hosted in Dadaab, 305,421 in Kakuma, and 112,988 in urban areas, Nairobi, Mombasa, Nakuru, and Eldoret. Our refugee situation being protracted over 35 years calls for the need for sustainable solutions, as the current status depicts a picture of over-reliance on humanitarian aid, which is unsustainable. Now, existing infrastructure are also overstretched due to the high population, as well as challenges of duplication of services, parallel service delivery systems, and inequalities in certain areas of service delivery. Through Shirika, the government aims to address these challenges as highlighted in pillar number 2 of integrated service delivery. Now, Shirika Plan adopts a development-oriented approach and aims to expand existing infrastructure in refugee hosting areas, including in education, health, shelter and housing, water and sanitation, roads, energy, and electricity and social protection. Currently, Kakuma has 14 boreholes, 27 schools, 8 secondary schools, and 8 health facilities, one being level 4. Dadaab, on the other hand, has 29 boreholes, 24 primary schools, 6 secondary schools, 4 level 3 hospitals, and 8 health posts. Government is working with stakeholders such as the World Bank to expand these facilities and enhance services to refugees and host communities. Under the World Bank's window for host communities and refugees, the following programs are being implemented in the refugee camps. Kenya, one is Kenya primary education equity in learning, phase 2. That is $60 million. That is from 2022 to 2026. This aims to reduce regional disparities in learning outcomes, improve the retention of girls in upper primary education, and strengthen systems for delivering equitable education outcomes. Number 2, Kenya Secondary Education Equity and Quality Improvement Program, that is SEQIP, $50 million, aims at reducing regional disparities in access and learning outcomes in junior secondary schools by expanding access to quality education, improving teaching quality, and strengthening systems for equal access to education. Number 3, Kenya Urban Support Program, phase 2, that is $50 million, and the time is from 2023 to 2028. This one aims to improve the delivery and resilience of urban infrastructure and services, enhance the private sector engagement in urban planning, and support the transition of refugee camps into integrated host community and refugee settlements. Number 4 is National Youth Opportunities Towards Advancement, NYOTA, at $20 million between 2023 and 2028. This one aims to increase employment, earnings, and promote savings for targeted youth. Number 5 is building resilient and responsive health systems at $40 million budget, and it's between 2024 and 2029, and this one aims to improve the utilization and quality of primary health care services and strengthen institutional capacity for service delivery. Now, Kenya Water Sanitation and Hygiene Program, K-WASH, $50 million, 24 to 2030, aims to have better access to quality, affordable water and improve the sanitation of toilets and disposal of waste. Funding to implement Shirika Plan. Now, funding for implementation of Shirika Plan is expected to be from different sources, including the international community. The Shirika Plan seeks to leverage partnerships, including bilateral and multilateral partnerships and private-public partnerships to fund ambitions under the Shirika Plan for refugees and host communities. A robust financing strategy is under development to ensure predictable and sustainable funding. Question number 3 by the honorable member is steps being taken to strengthen security, promote peaceful coexistence, and empower host communities through implementation of the plan. Honorable Speaker, peace and security are at the core of any meaningful development. Cognizant of this, the government has deployed additional security officers to address security matters in refugee hosting areas due to the high population. Now, through peace and security committees, government is leveraging on community structures like Nyumba Kumi and faith-based organizations to promote peaceful coexistence. The Shirika Plan primarily seeks to ensure equitable sharing of resources to address potential conflicts that may arise between refugees and host communities, or indeed, different groups internally within both refugee and host communities. The systems building pillar of Shirika Plan places deliberate emphasis on community-based protection mechanisms, security screening, regional collaboration, and security and empowering community-based security approaches, alongside strengthening security agencies and structures to ensure peaceful coexistence between refugees and the host communities. Question number 3, Honorable Speaker, is clarification on terms used as integration of refugees and host communities and details on support mechanisms available to help refugees to become self-reliant, including how job opportunities are being structured to ensure equitable competition between host community members and refugees. Honorable Speaker, local integration is one of the 3 durable solutions outlined in the 1951 Convention relating to status of refugees, in which Kenya is a signatory to. The other 2 are voluntary repatriation and resettlement to third countries. The Refugee Act 2021 defines local integration as the gradual process through which refugees are incorporated into the society through a process that ensures that refugees attain broader rights, have improved standards of living, and positively contribute to the social life of the host community. Under the Shirika Plan, integration refers to social economic inclusion. That is inclusion into service delivery systems. Honorable Speaker, it should be clear that refugees will not enjoy civic and political rights, including the right to vote. Neither will they be granted Kenyan citizenship under the plan. Refugees who want to be Kenyan citizens will have to meet the requirements established in the Kenya Citizenship and Immigration Act of 2011. Now, the State Department will continue to conduct public awareness, sensitization, and information sharing to ensure that both refugees and host communities understand the terminologies and components of the plan. On jobs and livelihoods, the Shirika Plan seeks to develop human capital and skills and create enabling environment for self-reliance and access to livelihood opportunities for both host communities and refugees. Under Shirika, all socio-economic opportunities will be shared equally between host communities and the refugees. Shirika Plan will leverage on public-private partnerships to provide economic opportunities, including access to finance, market development, and strengthening rural and urban businesses. Currently, a number of initiatives are in place, such as the International Finance Corporation and the Equity Bank partnership of a Kenyan shillings 2 billion risk-sharing facility that aims to enhance financial inclusion in and deserved regions, including for host communities and refugees. Honorable Speaker, the last question, question number 5. The measures put in place to transition the refugees under Shirika Plan, including the specific roles and contributions of key stakeholders, such as the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, UNHCR, to achieve the objective, the implementation is to be done in phases. The plan has laid out the process of transitioning to integrated settlements in which both refugees and members of host communities would benefit from inclusion in national services and from programs aimed at facilitating self-reliance, community-led economic development, and peaceful coexistence. The Shirika Plan will ensure that host communities are at the center of targeted programs and will address the disparities that have existed previously by ensuring equitable access to services. Shirika adopts a bottom-up approach where the needs of communities will be captured in a sector work plans. The implementation shall be in 3 phases. 1, transition phase, that is from 2025 to 2028. Number 2, stabilization phase, 2029 to 2032. And resilience phase, 2033 to 2036. In order to ensure a successful transition to refugees, a successful transition for refugees, a number of issues will need to be addressed. Key among them is harmonizing legal and policy frameworks, development of a government-led refugee management system, that is database, enhancing access to documentation and recognition of refugee IDs by service providers, expanding infrastructure to cater for both host communities and refugees, livelihood programs for both refugees and host communities. Roles and responsibilities of partners. Honorable Speaker, implementation of Shirika Plan adopts a whole of government and society approach, including national and county governments, UN agencies, donors, development partners, private sector, non-governmental organizations, community-based organizations, CBOs, refugee-led organizations, host communities, and refugees. Below are roles and responsibilities of various actors. Government of Kenya. The role of the government is protection of refugees under the 1951 Refugee Convention. Further, government will be responsible for data management, security coordination, security coordinating all stakeholders and executing its mandate as per Refugee Act of 2021. County governments. Their role is to ensure the inclusion of host communities and refugees in county integrated development plans and promote evolution of refugee-related services through the implementation of projects at the county level that support socio-economic integration of refugees and host communities. National and county governments, national and county assemblies provide oversight on the use of resources under Shirika Plan. UN agencies led by the UNHCR, Their work is to support the government by offering technical expertise, funding, and international policy guidance in refugee protection, humanitarian and development assistance, and the transition towards sustainable development-oriented solutions. The role of development partners, Honorable Speaker, is provide financial resources, technical assistance, and strategic support to facilitate the implementation of the Shirika Plan. Non-governmental organizations, NGOs, is to implement select programs and services that support refugees and host communities, welfare and advocacy, and contribute to capacity building and community resilience. Private sector will catalyze economic growth by investing in local enterprises, creating employment opportunities, and supporting innovation and entrepreneurship among refugees and host communities. Honorable Speaker, cognizant of the importance of community engagement and participation in development and implementation of refugee programs, including those under Shirika, the government intends to continue sensitizing and engaging host communities and refugees throughout the implementation phase. As part of next steps, the State Department for Immigration and Citizen Services, through their technical committees, is developing a costed implementation matrix from which sectors at the camp municipal level will develop their annual sector work plans.
The response has taken quite a long time. Summarize, please, in the interest of time. If you can pick the salient issues that the member asked for, then so that we can conclude, we move to the next response.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In conclusion, the State Department will continue conducting sensitization forums on Shirika in the major refugee hosting counties. There shall be a wide consultative process with the leadership in refugee hosting counties, both at the national and county assemblies, to ensure successful implementation. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Is the response satisfactory?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me take the opportunity to thank the chair of the committee for the response. But however, Chair, these questions and these issues that I raised in my statement, I am not getting the answers that I was seeking for. I was seeking for concrete activities, concrete steps that the Kenya government is actually taking to bring on board Shirika Plan to the hosting communities. A lot of what you hear, Madam Speaker, given as answers here, are things we've been doing, we've been hearing, and we have engaged with the State Department, UNHCR, and those partners that are enumerated in this statement. And Chair, Madam Speaker, when we met in Mombasa with the Department of Refugee Services in 2023, we actually dissected the Shirika Plan with the 6 pillars and asked the department to redo that plan and bring it back so that we can take it to the host communities and explain to them, because we, as the representatives of the host community, have understood. That was never done, Madam Speaker. And that is the answer I'm getting here. The number of meetings that were undertaken by the department with the various stakeholders were cosmetic meetings. And the communities, Madam Speaker, I can tell you for a fact, go to any person in Kakuma, in Turkana West, even in Turkana County for that matter, and ask them whether they want Shirika Plan to take off, and they will tell you a definite no, we don't want Shirika Plan. It is because they have not been sensitized effectively. What has been happening is just a question of ticking boxes in terms of public participation. You cannot introduce a plan like Shirika Plan as largely refugee-driven as it is, and say that the host communities will accept. So, Madam Speaker, I want to ask this way. We want real solutions to challenges of hosting refugees. The host communities don't feel well understood in terms of them hosting the refugees in this plan. So this discussion, Madam Speaker, needs to be redone.
Honorable Nanok,
Yes, Madam
I think
Speaker.
you have made your point that the response is not satisfactory.
But you know, then I need a concrete way forward for the question. Because if it is not as I thought I would get it, then I need that clarity here now from, guided by you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'll send it back to the chair. Chair or the representative?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hear the Honorable Nanok, the member for Turkana West. As a committee, Honorable Chair, we also visited, we had an opportunity to visit Kakuma. We also visited Dadaab. And what the member is saying is really true. But going by the statement that I've just read, you have seen that I have indicated that from the State Department, they have had about 75 engagements, public engagements with the stakeholders. So what the Honorable Nanok is saying is that the engagements may not have been very adequate, and therefore there will be need for more public awareness, more public sensitization, more public engagements in Shirika Plan. We have shared this with the State Department, and one challenge they have, Honorable Speaker, is that they are not adequately resourced in terms of the resources for them to be able to carry out many of these things that we are asking of them. So I would also be requesting from this House that the Department for Refugee Services be adequately resourced so that they can undertake more public engagements, public sensitization, public sensitization and information on this Shirika Plan issue, and including bringing all the honorable members from the host communities on board to be able to move along together with them. Otherwise, from their part, they think they already have done adequate, which now in the view of the people representing, the members representing the people, is not adequate, that not many of the host community members have been properly sensitized. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, so clearly, from what the honorable member has said about the response to that statement and what you have said, you seem to agree that the salient issues were not responded to adequately. So you will be bringing further response to the issues that he has raised. You better go back to the statement and send it back to the ministry so that we can have it responded to. And I would like now to give us timelines on when you'll bring that response. Yes, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think you've understood the member. This response is not addressing what he really wanted, that the host community, including the member of Parliament for Turkana West, is saying that the public, the host communities, were not adequately sensitized or engaged in the Shirika plan. And I fear that even if we get back this to the State Department, they will still bring the same response that they have engaged in 75, they have had 75, because that's what is on their record. They even brought to us files of the meetings they have held, including the people who signed to participate in these meetings. So I think going forward, Honorable Speaker, my thinking would be that we will ask of them to engage more the communities in this issue of Shirika Plan, and then probably give them a timeline and have the members on board.
Involvement of the Honorable Nanok. Direct involvement of the Honorable Nanok. Otherwise, we'll lose the purpose of the House asking statements. And that is why I am asking that these specific issues that he raised in that statement be responded to. Unless you're telling me that even the the statement was not clear. And I would like to give a chance to you, Honorable Nanok, member for Turkana West. Make it 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think the guidance you are giving to the chair is what I expected. And that, Chair, let us engage. I think you coming and reading the statement, and you have actually alluded to it, is just a statement from the department. You are not the expert, you are not the department. So I think we need to engage with the department, and I would rather that, Madam Speaker, that the committee, when it meets the department, is able to invite me so that I can engage, because I am the shoe wearer. I know where the shoe pinches.
I already have a decision. I think I have a good way forward on this, but before I do that, can I give the chair water? Do you have something to add on this, Honorable Kogogo?
Madam Speaker, I just wanted to maybe help my two colleagues if it is, if what I'm saying can be taken, is that, you know, the Honorable Chair Lochakapong just got a statement from the State Department. And the State Department, according to the Honorable Chair, is that they visited the place and they have even a register of people who attended that meeting. But again, 75 of them. But again, how did the State Department visit the constituency of Honorable Nanok without the Honorable Nanok himself? So I just wanted to say, Honorable Chair, that the Honorable Chair for Regional Development engages the State Department and also together with the Honorable Nanok, so that if there is a second engagement with the community with that Shirika plan, the Member of Parliament, Nanok, and the members of Parliament from the Turkana County, they be part of that delegation and they be part of that participation. That's my input, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Members. I would like just to close this, because I see many of you come from areas where you have refugee camps. You would like to get involved. But for the purpose of progress, I direct that the committee holds a meeting, invites the Cabinet Secretary, the relevant Cabinet Secretary, PS, and all other stakeholders on this subject matter. And on that day, invite the Honorable Nanok so that you can have a one-to-one engagement. I believe that in this meeting, he will be engaged and he'll know, and the committee will know what other steps to take so that this Shirika plan is implemented properly in the community. That's the direction that I give. Next will be blue economy, water and irrigation. And the question was asked by the Honorable Charles Ngusia Nguna. Is in the House. Please proceed, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Charles Nguna Ngusia, on 17th of April 2025, requested for a statement regarding the circumstances surrounding the failure to execute the renewal of the contract of Daniel Mungai, who is the Director General of Kenya Fisheries Service, despite the fact that the approval of the board on July 12, 2024, and justification for an award of 6 months extension of tenure. And then number two, the step is being taken to confirm that Daniel Mungai as a substantive Director General of Kenya Fisheries Service, so as to ensure operational continuity of the service, including the timelines. Madam Speaker, the answers I have here, which was submitted by the Cabinet Secretary, is not, I can say myself as the chair of the committee, I'm not even convinced that it is the CS, what's submitted to this House is a satisfactory answer. The question, Madam Chair, it was very easy. The Daniel Mungai was appointed as a Director General of Kenya Fisheries on 6th October 2020 for a term of 4 years. And after 4 years, Madam Speaker, last year, according to the Act, the Director General is supposed to apply for a renewal of a second term. And Madam Speaker, the Board of Management for KFS sat and agreed to extend the term of Mr. Mungai for a second term. And the minutes are there. Madam Speaker, the chairman of the board wrote to the cabinet secretary asking for concurrence or no objection to the board resolution. The cabinet secretary then, the Honorable Mvuria, wrote back and he wrote directly to Mr. Mungai that his term is not going to be extended. And remember, it is the board who wrote a letter to the cabinet secretary conveying the resolutions of the board. But the cabinet secretary chose not to write to the chair of the board, but he wrote directly to Mr. Mungai, declining the extension. And in between, Honorable Chair, His Excellency, Madam Speaker, His Excellency the President, when there was a cabinet, when he dissolved his cabinet, at that time, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, His Excellency Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, took over as the acting Cabinet Secretary for all the institutions, including the State Department of Blue Economy, or the Ministry of Blue Economy and Mining. And Madam Speaker, at that time, the board again wrote a letter to Prime Cabinet Secretary, giving them the resolutions of the board. The Prime Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, after looking at the board resolution, Madam Speaker, approved Mr. Mungai to serve for another second term of 4 years. But Madam Speaker, after 2 weeks after that.
Yes. Chair, the Honorable Charles Ngusianguna has asked for a statement, of course, now to the Cabinet Secretary.
Yes.
And you are responding to this statement.
Yes.
And as far as you are concerned, your first statement is that even you, as the chair, you are not convinced.
Yes.
That's how you started.
Yes.
And now you are going ahead to explain what happened.
No, I'm just giving you an overview. I'm finishing, Madam Speaker. I'm just finishing.
You are giving us as it is from the Cabinet Secretary.
Yes. So, okay. But when she submitted this,
it's
and
just confusing that you started by saying that even you are not convinced.
Yes, and I invited the honorable member. And the Cabinet Secretary, when the Prime Cabinet Secretary approved Mr. Mungai for a second term, Madam Speaker, 2 weeks thereafter, His Excellency the President constituted again the Cabinet, and the Honorable Hassan Joho was appointed the Cabinet Secretary, Blue Economy and Maritime. What the Cabinet Secretary did, he came again, and instead, now giving Mr. Mungai his letter of appointment, he gave him an extension of 6 months against what the Prime Cabinet Secretary had given. So now, Madam Speaker, this report, when the Honorable Hassan Joho brought before us, we didn't accept. So we decided to call again the State Corporation. The State Corporation, Madam Speaker, appeared before us this morning. And they say that the board followed the procedure of reappointing the Director General. What we are remaining, Madam Speaker, is the Office of Attorney General to give us an independent legal opinion on the same. And then, lastly, to have also the Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary to appear before us, Madam Speaker. So the two offices, we are waiting for them. We probably next week, Madam Speaker, on Tuesday. And then, once we have that, Madam Speaker, we will now bring a comprehensive report and comprehensive answer to the Honorable Charles Nguna. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. The Honorable Charles Ngusianguna, is the answer satisfactory? Are you comfortable with the process that the chair is taking?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to appreciate the chair of the Blue Economy and the committee members for actually helping us in this matter. I appeared before the committee. The answer which was given by the current cabinet secretary was not sufficient. So we decided to involve more stakeholders, and Chair, we are still waiting for the conclusion of this matter. So you can see from us, we need responses from the Attorney General and also the other departmental, the other people. So, Chair, at this moment, the answer is not satisfactory. Let us wait until we come to a conclusion of this matter. It is way far below the expectations of the answers we have gotten, Chair. So, Chair, let us, I would like to seek your guidance on this matter so that it can be expeditiously dealt with accordingly. Justice for the current CEO must be served fully, Chair. So the answer is not satisfactory. Thank you.
What you are saying is that you're happy with the progress.
I am happy with the progress, Madam Speaker, and still I need you to guide the House and to guide the Chair and the committee that this matter has taken too long. It needs to come to a conclusion so that justice for the current CEO can be served equally. Thank you.
Before we conclude, I would like to hear, I've had point of order. I had a female member. It was not you. But I'll come to you, but I would like to give a point of order. It is Suleka Harun, nominated member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to correct the honorable member that you are not the chair, but the substantial speaker. Thank you.
Ngona, when I sit on this seat, speaker. Not chair. So you are quite in order to correct the Honorable Charles Ngusia Nguna. What is out of order, the Honorable member for Kaiti?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you look even the face of Honorable Nguna, he looked...
what is out of order?
What is out of order is that, Mr. Speaker, we need, once we ask a statement or question to these PSS and CSS, we don't need to take centuries before we get the answers. We need to be getting answers within, if we say 2 weeks, 2 weeks. And we need to get a good report. Because if I listen to my friend Chair, he's struggling to give the feedback. He is also in darkness. We need to get clear information and clear reports so that we can be satisfied, because we are serving Kenyans and they need to get a clear report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, honorable members, in terms of being prompt in responding to questions, it has taken too long. So, first week after recess, the fact that it is the Honorable Charles Nguna who asked the question, and the matter was brought to this House, now the House owns it. So other members will be interested in knowing how it is concluded. So, Honorable Chair, for
I agree.
water and irrigation, first week, is that okay?
Yes, most obliged, Madam Speaker, but I want to inform my friend for Kaiti that I'm not struggling giving these answers. I read the answers, and you know, even if an answer or a response is coming from a cabinet secretary, even me as a chair of committee, I must be satisfied actually that what he's giving or what I'm reading in this house is a convincing answer. And I started saying that this answer given here, I am not even convinced. That's why I'm just tabling this interim progress report from the CS, and I said, Madam Speaker, I'm going to conclude by next Tuesday, having the Attorney General office and also the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary before now giving the substantive report to this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chair. Actually, I would like to congratulate you for reading the response in advance. Because if it doesn't convince you, then clearly it will not convince the person who asked. So I think that was very well. Honorable members, the other two statements had already been stood down by the Speaker. We go to Honorable Deko. Honorable Deko, please proceed with your statement.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations regarding the non-implementation of a court judgment in the compensation case of the late Mr. Abdullahi Deis Barre. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Abdullahi Barre Deis, a Kenyan citizen, was fatally shot by Kenya Defense Forces officers in Garissa Township on the 19th November of 2012, succumbing to his injuries 2 days later. Despite judgments by both the Magistrate Court and the High Court finding the Kenya Defense Forces liable and awarding compensation to the family, the state has failed to honor these court-ordered obligations.
Order. Sorry, I disturb you because I've seen a point of order from the Honorable Francis Sigay, member for Sotik. What is out of order, Honorable Member for Sotik?
Chair, I wanted to raise an issue on my statement, which I had sought sometimes back in February.
Okay, I'll give you a chance after. Let him finish first.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, November 2012, succumbing to his injuries 2 days later, despite judgments by both the Magistrate Court and the High Court finding the Kenya Defense Forces liable and awarding compensation to the family, the state has failed to honor these court-ordered obligations. On 10th June 2021, the High Court delivered and affirmed the state's responsibility to compensate the family. 13 years after Mr. Deis' death, the family is yet to receive compensation, notwithstanding the repeated correspondence to the Ministry of Defense and the Office of the Attorney General. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Affairs on the following. 1, a report on the actions taken by the Ministry of Defense and the Office of the Attorney General to comply with the High Court judgment awarding the compensation to the family of Mr. Abdullahi Barre Deis. And 2, a report on the administrative or disciplinary measures taken against the KDF officers involved in the unlawful killing, and to ensure a definite and time-bound resolution to this matter, including the compensation of the affected families. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. What is out of order, Honorable Suleka Harun, nominated? Honorable Suleka, I think you can remove your card from. Honorable Beatrice Elachi, what is out of order? If no, nothing is out of order. Okay, Chair, I can see that the Chair is not in the House, but the whip is in the House. Oh, Chair, you are here. Thank you very much. So, Chair, Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Affairs, when will you give a response to that statement?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think now that we are going on recess from Tuesday next week, we will be able to give a comprehensive response 2 days after we come back from recess. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is on Thursday after we resume, the week that we resume. Thank you very much. Honorable members, now, before we go back to order number 12, Honorable Member for Sotik, you had raised a point of order. What is out of order? Member for Sotik.
Honorable Speaker, I wanted to raise an issue on a statement which I sought from the Departmental Committee of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives concerning the upgrading of the Kenya Cooperative Creameries, Sotik. And you remember, Madam Speaker, thankfully you were on the chair on that day. And I remember I raised my objection to the answers which were given that day. And you directed, and I thank God you are in the seat today, you directed that the committee visits the Kenya Cooperative Creameries, Sotik, 2 weeks after the just ended recess. And Madam Chair, we are going to another recess. Nothing has happened. I would like to request you to give directions so that we can be able to have this matter concluded once we resume. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Speaker.
That must have been to the Chair, Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Yes, and I remember that they were supposed to visit, KCC Sotik. So whip, because the chair is not in the house. Clearly the chair is not in the house. In the absence of the chair, I'll not even give the burden to the whip because I was on the seat. And we agreed that in a period of 2 weeks, they were supposed to visit. So I direct that 2 weeks after opening, they will table a report to this house concerning KCC Sotik. The questions were very clear. Clearly the responses were, the response to that statement was not satisfactory, and a decision was made, and that decision must be implemented. Let's proceed to order number 12. Let's now go back to order number 12. Clerk. Honorable members, this is a resumption of debate on the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2025. And the last person to speak was the Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi. He's not in the House, so any member who is interested in this may proceed to debate. After.
Order number 12, the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2025, resumption of debate.
Honorable Beatrice Elachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the constitutional. Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
What is out of order, the Honorable Chair, Finance?
Madam Speaker, I've been sitting this afternoon and I'm wondering when you turned from a Madam Speaker to a Mr. Speaker, as alleged by the Honorable Member from Dagoretti North. So I would like the Honorable Member from Dagoretti North to substantiate whether you are now a Mr. or a Mrs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, in good English, we say the chairman. It does not matter whether you are a man or a woman. It's the same. But Madam Speaker,
I think it was, normally she's very eloquent. I can tell you for sure I heard her say Mr.
Yes.
But I am going to allow her to proceed.
No, my apologies, Madam Speaker, on that, because you are indeed Madam Speaker. Having said that, Madam Speaker, allow me to support the Constitutional of Kenya Amendment Bill 2025 of the NCGDF. And Madam Speaker, this is one fund among all funds that I believe has managed to prove that devolving funds is a very critical agenda, and it can create change, transformation that no one has ever seen. And it is the fund that also established that devolution can work. And so therefore, today we are here as members of Parliament, Madam Speaker, to say that this is a fund I know today. If we have many, many people who can just stand and give their testimonies, we will have judges who have gone through this, who are magistrates today, who are supported by NCDF. We'll have doctors, we will have lawyers, we will have teachers, engineers, and they can stand. And I know even in Marakwet, the attorney was a beneficiary of NCGDF. And so when you find every time that we are in court and in complete conflict that you can't understand, and sometimes, Madam Speaker, you know the sad part is that you'll find a person who takes NCGDF to court maybe never even went to a public school, maybe was able to be taken to a private school. So for them to understand that this is a fund that can support children who are Kenyans, who are vulnerable, and they've been able to go through this, they cannot understand also. And so, Madam Speaker, even as we look at this amendment, it is my prayer that we shall have one day one judge who will look in depth on NCGDF and ask a question. If the public have stood firm and said, this is the fund we want, this is the fund we have seen, we have not seen any other transformation than this fund, then who are we as Kenyans, those who decide to bring conflict, say that NCGDF cannot work? Madam Speaker, we have 290 constituencies. This is a fund that we ensured from the executive resources, not from devolution, from the executive resources. We are able to get a percentage, and for the role of the executive, which is the role of security, the role of education, and social support, that we are able to also assist, because we knew many years the executive have been given the opportunity to do this, they were unable. When you look at the classrooms they've even made just the other day, Madam Speaker, you feel sad, because you know very well it is a matter of a few years and we will be repairing again the same classrooms. So, Madam Speaker, the question now we put to ourselves is that even as we rearrange, because we've rearranged the law, we have done everything on this NCGDF. We have removed ourselves. We no longer run it. Ours is to monitor and evaluate what is happening, the proposals you have said, but still, you find people fighting. They do not fight because it is a bad fund. They fight so that they silence this house. They know this house, whenever you go on the ground and talk about NCGDF, you continue giving power for this house. So the problem out there is a struggle of power. And Madam Speaker, even when you see, you find people saying, remove it, but you find you have organizations that are saying they take children to school, that are saying they are trying to build even classrooms, Madam Speaker. So if you are looking for money from the world, the donor world, to do this, why won't you let this that the government has given to thrive and to ensure it does the right thing, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, the most sad part of all this is that we also need to sit down and create awareness to our judiciary. We might be blaming them, but it's because they've never sat down to understand how does this run. And I know we had proposed to ensure, because when you have a sub-county, you must have a magistrate court. You must have a magistrate court. And yet the judiciary also is suffering from resources. And now you can see they've been attacked. I know maybe in those courts that were burnt yesterday, maybe we didn't have a secure, safe to ensure that critical documents did not get destroyed. Because I know titles of our parents, documents that are very serious, Madam Speaker, might have gone down. But Madam Speaker, we also need to talk to ourselves here. And I'll be frank today, Madam Speaker, and I know our lawyers will not they might feel disappointed, but I want to say this. Sometimes when you're prosecuting your own, it is good also to remove yourself and give it to an external person to execute it for you. You be there, but be the background to give information. Be the technical teams to give. I want to plead with our lawyers. Is it possible, and the House and our Speaker, is it possible to get 2 external lawyers who can be part of our team? they be the ones to prosecute for us this matter, so that we don't enter also into court. And ethically, one is wondering, so are you prosecuting what you're already spending yourself? And it's a government resource we are talking about. So we are pleading, and I know many members talk about it, that let us have 2 external lawyers part of our team, and we leave them to prosecute for us. You can come in now to support them and give them more information, and we see how it works. And maybe the judiciary will look at it externally and see the difference. And so even as we do this constitutional amendment, we know very well this is the long term. But we still have to ask ourselves, can we go back to court where the case is, Madam Speaker, and where the Court of Appeal, and it's not, I'm not discussing it, have said we proceed with the case? Yes. Can we try and do that and we see the results? If the results are the same, then we can say let our teams continue fighting for us. If we get different results, then the best. Because, Madam Speaker, we must, and I want to plead with all our members, if there's anything we must now stand united, is on this. United, committed, and dedicated that we must find this through will be the critical thing for ourselves. Madam Speaker, lastly, we are now going, you see, we are removing the fund, and I want to plead, I am still pleading with the judiciary. We are removing the fund when we are just about to start the new CBC system. I saw in the morning they have been sent a platform, Madam Speaker, to start now organizing themselves and seeing how you join your senior schools. And let me tell you, Madam Speaker, this is when they need serious framework support in what is happening. And it cannot be when we are just entering into a new dispensation of our education system, is when we want to now kill the only fund that focuses on education. And so I am pleading that we look at this soberly, without having the political egoisms that we have. Let us look at it. So I am pleading with the judiciary, look at this in a very objective way. Help us, because our children are about to just go into this new system. They will need a lot of support. There is need of a lot of labs, not just laboratories for science, but we need equipments for music. We need equipments for those who are going to do catering and all that. And it is important for us to follow. I support, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The member for Kaiti, Honorable Joshua Kimilo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my thoughts on this important motion, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, once I want to congratulate the member or the team who come with this motion, which is touching our country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if I talk of CDF, I know most of the time the whole country, when we went for public participation, spoke in one voice, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the importance of CDF is not about us as members of parliament, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you go to constituencies, and as I time and again, Madam Speaker, when you go on our constituencies, Madam Speaker, you can see good progress of the CDF and what the CDF can do, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as a country, we are going in challenges, financial challenges, Madam Speaker. But now if you go to our schools, Madam Speaker, you get new classrooms, very good, beautiful classrooms, dining halls, and as my colleague has said right now, Madam Speaker, we are going on a CBC. And now they need labs, even in primary schools. And the CDF is rolling these kind of laboratories in our schools, whereby with the CDF, it's only one touch, and you go almost the whole country, Madam Speaker, with these funds, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I can remember when I go back to my constituency, I've done several projects of dining halls, which are costing over 6 million, Madam Speaker. And when you are getting the parents to contribute for this dining horse, Madam Speaker. To raise 6 million is not easy, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I think this is important, and for us to entrench NGCDF into law, Madam Speaker, it's very important, Madam Speaker. When you go to constituencies, Madam Speaker, you even see our chiefs are in pathetic states, some of the areas, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, for us chipping in with the NGCDF money to do good offices for our chiefs who are doing a very important job, Madam Speaker, by taking care of our people. And also the ACs, doing ACs offices, Madam Speaker. This is very important, and Madam Speaker, considering what the CDF is doing to our constituency, Madam Speaker, it is a very important fund to entrench or to help our community, Madam Speaker. Let's look at bursaries, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, is back in my constituencies, Madam Speaker. Every financial year, I have more than 280 students who am given a full scholarship, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, this helps the poor people, Madam Speaker, because they come from poor families. Most of them are orphans. And with the help of CDA, Madam Speaker, some of them now they have degrees, Madam Speaker. So it is important, Madam Speaker, to consider some of the work and recognize what the CDF is doing. When you go to areas, Madam Speaker, in our areas in the constituency, even that's why I was saying, if even we can, the budget of this country, if we can even divide it the way CDF we are doing, to go to all constituencies. Assume today, we get the monies for the roads, and we say we divide it into constituencies. I'm telling you, those marginalized areas, they can have tarmac as we speak today, Madam Speaker. But because that needs a referendum way of doing it, Madam Speaker, I want to say that I want to support CDF, and I want to request all my colleagues who are in this parliament to support and to give their input and ask the Kenyans to know that it is not about the MPs, but it is about Kenyans. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I support.
Thank you. The Honorable Deco.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Garissa Township.
Yes, member for Garissa Township. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to raise my voice on it, add my voice on this very important debate on entrenching the NCGDF into the Constitution. This thing has been brought about by the fact that there are many people who are against, who do not understand the importance of this fund to the people of, especially to those in the rural areas. As a region which have been marginalized for a long time, the coming of decentralization of this fund and devolving these kind of funds to the constituencies and at that level was very important, because now people are able to get the same kind of learning environment. Students are getting the same kind of learning environment to those of this part of the country, to the level of like Alliance High School, Lenana High School. This is a very important fund. Those who are challenging it do not understand it, do not appreciate it, do not know what impact it has on the people from the rural areas. Madam Speaker, if I might quote one elder who talked about when during the public participation from my region, he said, and I quote him, "Kama mukitoa CDF, mutatukata makende." Ni kama mumetukata makende. Means we are not able to fund our needs as poor people on the ground. Meaning that our children will not be able to go to school. Meaning that the learning environment for our young people will not be conducive.
What did you say?
I said, I want to quote, I did not say...
Do you say something unparliamentary in Kiswahili?
Not necessarily unparliamentary. I was quoting an elder who made a statement during the public participation. And it was in public domain, it was in social media. Yeah, he was... Okay, I will ask withdraw.
Even if it was spoken elsewhere, it is clearly not parliamentary.
Madam Speaker,
okay,
while
what
I
is out
respect
of
your
order?
decision,
The Chair Finance.
Madam Speaker, I really want to rule the honorable member out of order because I'm just thinking why it not made it the opposite. The organs he's referring to, if it was the opposite gender, the reaction that would have been in this house. And the fairness of gender, of both genders, he has withdrawn that my word. Because now, if it was the other word, then we would have been trouble in this house. And it's only fair that we put those genders equally, Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I might withdraw because of interest of time so that we don't waste time.
We are from all sorts of cultures in this house, and this is a house of record. I would like you to go back to what you said. Kindly withdraw.
Madam Speaker,
that is unparliamentary.
I withdraw, but I don't think the other word will or the other organ will have been mentioned anyway by whoever was speaking about it. But what I'm trying to say, it is to raise the importance he attached to this CDF fund. Madam Speaker, where I come from or where I represent, before the CDF came into effect, I only had two...
Jaldesa, I know you are a gynecologist, but you are not allowed to say what you are saying. I can hear you even though you are not on record. I know you are a gynecologist, but I will not allow you to be heard. Please proceed.
Yes. Before CDF, Madam Speaker, we had only three secondary schools in Garissa Township constituency. Today we have 12 and growing. Within this period of me as Member of Parliament, I intend to construct another 2 secondary schools from the allocation of CDF. You can tell the kind of developments that are going on in such constituencies. Madam Speaker, in the last general election of 2022, I had an opportunity. I contested as a governor for Garissa County. And I had the opportunity to travel across all the towns or whatever you call it, towns and cities within that county of Garissa. And there is absolutely no impact from this devolution, the county allocations. In fact, they were telling us there is no projects that were carried out by the county government. And even within my constituency now, the devolved functions of health, for example, there is no dispensary that was constructed out of county allocations. But you will see the 3 or the 4 dispensaries or level 4 hospitals were constructed by use of CDF funds before the coming into place of county governments. So this is a very important fund, Madam Speaker, and we want to entrench it just to protect it from those who believe, who just for the reason of for no reason at all, just to oppose, and just those who feel that it is members of parliament who control these funds. It is very clear we have no role at all, just other than the normal supervision oversight that we have over all national government functions. So, Madam Speaker, in support of this fund, let us as members of parliament and let Kenyans in general support this fund. It is very important. It is, if we had, or rather if I had as a member of parliament, another maybe 200 million shillings, or raise this amount from 2.5 million to 5%, and allow us even as constituencies to construct health centers, to provide water to our people, to carry out emergency activities when our people are faced with emergency, we can be able to do with only the 5% if it is raised to 5%. Madam Speaker, Kenyans must know, and many members of this House have gone through or have benefited from bursary funds from CDF. As we have been told, one member who spoke earlier, who said she knows even magistrates and judges who benefited from this fund. And they are the same ones who want to deny these poor people from the rural areas to benefit from these funds, just because they don't need it themselves at this stage, because they can afford for their children and others who are directly involved in, whom they are directly taking care of. Madam Speaker, let us as a country stand up for what is right. CDF is right, it is important, it is what the people on the ground need. I don't want to quote again the elder who said that, but he has expressed, and many of them have expressed, 98.5% of Kenyans have said this is a very important fund. They do not want any money going to the county government anymore, especially those who think, the governors who think that if this fund is removed from national government, it will go direct, it will be part of the county allocation. We must protect this fund. And those few remarks, thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable McLeod, member for Baringo North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this constitutional amendment to entrench NGCDF in the matter law of our country. Madam Speaker, let me take you through the lane of history. Where have we come from as a country? Madam Speaker, in the 80s, I said the government then came up with what is called Focus for Rural Development. What was it for? It was meant to equitably develop Kenya across, regardless of your political divide. Focus for Rural Development has its own challenges, and we improved it after we realized that regimes can actually isolate parts of Kenya because of how you voted. Great men of this country, including Engineer Karue and the retired former President Mwai Kibaki, entrenched NGCDF as a mode of developing the country equitably, regardless of how you voted in an election. Madam Speaker, NGCDF today remains one of the only singlest fund that is enjoyed by Kenyans across the board. This House of Parliament, before I came in, found it necessary not to involve members of Parliament. And those are the people who imagine that members of Parliament run NGCDF, go and look for the Kenya cassette, who are cassetted at a constituency level to run and manage NGCDF. It is not members of Parliament. The cassette notice is available for Kenyans. You will never find my name, neither the name of my chairman here, neither the name of any member of Parliament. It means the decisions on projects to be funded under NGCDF are decided at the grassroots level. The people of Kenya, the sovereign people of Kenya, as enshrined in Article 1 of the Constitution, makes the final decision on what kind of projects to be funded under NGCDF through an elaborate public participation that is done in our sublocations. Madam Speaker, this is why when we see people litigating against NGCDF, we wonder whether these people are products who went through school or through their education using NGCDF. We want, therefore, this House to rise and join 98.5% of Kenyans who endorsed NGCDF, together with the GAP, together with the Senate Oversight Fund, to be entrenched in the matter law. Because, Madam Speaker, there is nothing constitutional which is unconstitutional. Once this finds in the matter law, then there is nothing that would be reversed as by the courts as unconstitutional. Because whatever in the Constitution cannot be unconstitutional. Madam Speaker, let us go down memory lane. that when this fund started in 2003, Madam Speaker, people of Kenya, the taxpayers of Kenya, got a sigh of relief from fundraisings that Kenyans were doing, members of parliament, councillors then, MCAs, governors, and leaders of this country every weekend, they go to do fundraisings to build the schools, to build the chief's offices. We Kenyans got a sigh of relief because now there was a fund to construct the schools of Kenya, to pay fees for the children of Kenya, to do chief's offices and do security matters, and many other projects that were now done under GCDF. Madam Speaker, if not because of NGCDF, then the constituencies and the country could not have been brought up in education the way it is today. Could you imagine, Madam Speaker, a taxpayer, a mama mboga, a boda, a teacher, a soldier, a politician, after paying all the taxes to the government, again, their own government follow what remains after taxation and ask them to give them to build the schools, to build the chief services, to educate children. It negates the spirit of tax to provide services for the people of Kenya. And in fact, since I took up as a member of parliament, and many other constituencies of my colleagues here, you will never hear a single fundraising to build a school, a dormitory, a classroom, a chief service. Honorable members, the same people at home, the pastoralists, the farmers, got a sigh of relief because nobody would follow them again to remove what has remained after taxation to fund programs of government. Madam Speaker, NGCDF is very effective. Today, every constituency gives out bursaries to a tune of greater than 60 million to children in this country who could not have access to education. Madam Speaker, this is a serious fund for the people of Kenya. And that is why 98.5% people of Kenya endorsed that CDF be the practical fund that will develop Kenya regardless of who is your president, regardless of your loyalty, regardless of your commitment. Madam Speaker, this is the fund that changes Kenya. In fact, there is need to enhance NGCDF. There is need to enhance GOV so that we have many people going to school, affirmative action to be done, and Madam Speaker, we need to bring on board electricity into NGCDF by increasing the percentage of NGCDF to even higher, to even 10%, so that money for electricity is there, money for water is there, money for critical services that are offered in Kenya are brought on board, because that will change Kenya. Madam Speaker, look, for example, I am a student of mathematics. My own county, Baringo, receives 7 billion for county government of Baringo. Simple maths. Assume that 70% of the money that goes to Baringo will go to recurring expenditure, salaries and others. And 30% goes to development. Madam Speaker, what is that 30% of 7 billion? It is 2.1 billion. If you say 2.1 billion divided by 6 constituencies of Baringo, every constituency should have 350 million shillings, which is 2 times higher than the CDF. What do they, Madam Speaker, what do they have to show? What do they have to show? The ACTs are not taking off. The water programs are not taking off. The agricultural sector is collapsing in the rural areas. The fund that is noticeable today, if you go to every part in Baringo and Kenya, is programs funded under National Government Constituency Fund, NGCDF, and KERA. It means there is value for money. So if Baringo gets 179 million or 170, and they are supposed to get 350 from the county government, then what are they doing with the money? This one you can see, a building in Moya High School, Kabartonjo, a multipurpose dormitory, a dining hall. You can see everything without a penny being lost. But what do they do with the county government funds? That is a question for another day. And we are saying, Madam Speaker, this is a fund that I request all members of parliament of 290 constituencies and 47 county MPs to be here on Tuesday and stand with solidarity with the people who endorsed the NGCDF in Kenya. If you will not be here on Tuesday, then you are not for the people of Kenya. Let us stand here on Tuesday so that we can make a decision that will become constitutional and that can live generations for.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity.
Record, please. Member for Molo.
Yes, Madam
Chair
Speaker.
Finance, please.
I want to begin from the onset by supporting this constitutional amendment to our constitution to enshrine NGCDF in the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya. Madam Speaker, I've been on record on this house, on this floor, saying I'm a product of NGCDF. When I completed my Form 4 my Class 8 in 2001, being the best student then in Molo constituency, my grandparents could not afford to take me to the school I was admitted to join. And I had to go to a mixed day secondary school to study for my Form 1, Form 4. And that is Kieni Secondary School in a place called Kirengero in Subukia constituency, a constituency now being led by the Honorable Kashofe. Honorable Speaker, school fees then was 3,000 shillings for first term, 2,000 for second term, and 1,000 shillings for that term. But Honorable Speaker, that money was too much for us, for my late grandfather and my late grandmother. And took the intervention of then Member of Parliament for Molo constituency, then Mheshimiwa Wakili Mukiri, who I still hold in very high esteem, through one of his members of staff called Karanja Wageshe, my neighbor from Witima in Mukinyai, who brought my name to NGCDF, and through my 4 years of high school, I was educated through NGCDF, led by the patron then, the Honorable Mukiri Macharia. I completed my Form 4 in 2005, scoring an A in my KCSE, and was admitted to Kenyatta University, Honorable Speaker. Still, that was a mirage in the dream of my community. Because school fees per year then, from 2000, I got a bit in 2007, was 2,000 shillings per year without counting money for accommodation and money for upkeep. It was still a very, very long dream for my grandparents. And again, it took the intervention of the Member of Parliament then for me to apply bursaries. And Honorable Speaker, I must declare in this house, I also cheated in my bursary applications because being a student leader at the university, I used to apply for NGCDF from all the constituencies I was aligned to. So being a member of Molo, I would apply for bursary for Molo. Having had my high school in Subukia, I would apply for NGCDF in Subukia. Then having a girlfriend from Gatondo South, I will apply for bursary from my girlfriend's constituency. And that's how I survived through my 4 years in Vice Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I speak before this house as a beneficiary of NGCDF. And were it not for NGCDF, Honorable Speaker, I don't know where I would be. I would have been a wasted talent in the village who never would have opened the doors of high school and the doors of the Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I speak this from a point of experience, from a point of someone who almost despaired. I remember, Honorable Speaker, when my admission letter came for joining high school, and a discussion with my late grandfather, and I took to him the proposed school fees, and he told me, I can't afford this. He told me, even if we sold all the maize that we have harvested this financial year, we can't educate you. And I thought, after that, I went to bed crying, knowing that my future of trying to be somebody in the Republic of Kenya had been shattered. So enshrining this in our constitution means that we are going to support dreams. We are going to support talents. We are going to ensure that people who never had a vision of ever going to school or going to university or having a decent income for their household, Honorable Speaker, is achieved. I have listened to members contribute on this particular discussion, Honorable Speaker. If you go along our counties, the truth is, the one reasonable priced project you're going to find is that funded by NGCDF. And it's also for our purpose because, for some reason, although NGCDF is not directly supervised by members of parliament, there seems to be a direct relationship between how NGCDF funds are spent, because as our oversight, before you become an oversight national public funds, before you come and oversight funds given to the Ministry of Water or Ministry of Energy or Ministry of Transport, our first instinct is to oversight the money allocated to NGCDF. And therefore, as a result, naturally, Honorable Speaker, is that NGCDF remains the most oversighted funds by both houses of Parliament. And as a result, you find substantial projects that are done by this particular fund, Honorable Speaker. It's a no-brainer that you go to a constituency and there's a school starting from pre-primary 1, PP1, PP2, through primary school, through high school. And you find a class constructed by county government, for example, will cost 1.6 million. And a class next to it, constructed by NGCDF, will cost between 800,000 and 1 million shillings. And then you wonder, where did the rest of more than 500,000 shillings go to, Honorable Speaker? And therefore, if there is one thing that I must support and encourage this House to, and I urge, and I heard the voice of Honorable Makilap, that next Tuesday, we must all turn up in numbers to ensure that the national government constituency development is enshrined in our Constitution of the Republic of Kenya. So that the risks that we face. One time one judge wakes up and says it's unconstitutional, citing one reason or the other. Then the following day they wake up suggesting another reason or another. So we make sure that this fund is enshrined in our Constitution. Honorable Speaker, this particular matter has been raised because of fundamental matters that have adequately and honestly, accurately been raised by litigators in our court of laws. Questioning Article 1 of the Constitution on the sovereignty of the Republic of Kenya, questioning the role, Article 92, 93, 94, and 206 of the Republic of Kenya, at what level is the separation of power between the three arms of government. And I want to assure all members that have, all litigators that have raised particular concern, that members of National Assembly are oversighters of all national government projects. The electoral projects done through REREC and the last mile projects being done by Kenya Power are oversighted by members of this House. In fact, they are both appropriated and oversighted by members of the National Assembly. But by the political nature of operation, when an electricity project comes to my constituency, I'll be the first one there to witness that there is actually an electricity project that is coming to my people of Mukinyai, to the people of Borop, to the people of Soin, to the people of Kiambiriria, to the people of Mon. I shall be the first person to see that we have now electric poles have come, transformer has come, now people are being connected to the national grid. That does not mean that it takes away my power of oversight of use of those particular funds. As a representative of the people of my constituency, I'm the first witness for the project that comes to my constituency. When a road is built through the Kenya, through Kera, or through Kenha, or through Kura, I am the first person in my constituency to go and witness that actually this road is being done. The same way I'm the first person to see that the projects that were appropriated by this National Assembly and that were allocated by the committee, by the NGCDF committee, have actually gone to the school that was supposed to be taken to. That does not in any way take my role as an oversighter of that particular fund. And so there is absolutely no conflict of interest between us making sure that the projects that are supposed to go to our constituencies as representatives of our people, that we are there to witness and to bear truth that actually those projects are, and that does not take away our power of oversight. And therefore, to safeguard this public fund of national interest that has made so many of us who we are today, we must enshrine it in the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya. In that, I beg to support, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Molo. The Honorable Jaldesa, Member for Moyale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this motion. Madam Speaker, the people of Kenya spoke, and 98.4% said that they support the entrenchment of NGCDF, the NGAF, and the Senate Oversight Fund in the Constitution of Kenya. Madam Speaker, NGCDF that we have been oversighting, talking from the experience of my constituency, it is the one that has actually tried to bring the education level of the constituency to the level of other parts of the country. As the member of Molo had said, it has actually given life to people who have lost hope in education. The number of students who are enrolling in secondary school has actually increased. And because of there's no burden, because they get support from the bursaries, many of them, like last year's examination, the students from Moyale constituency, over 90% have gotten C+ and above, just because there's no pressure on them. And more than 60% have gotten the grade to give them university minimum entry, university entry. Madam Speaker, NGCDF, NGAV, address the poverty and equity in education in this country. Madam Speaker, if you go to some constituencies like where I come from, where teachers in a school, in a village, do not have classrooms, that one classroom, between one wall and the other are two classes, and there's a third class reading, schooling, learning outside on a wall. If you go to see these places, you feel very, very pathetic. You'll sympathize with the situation that people are living in. Areas where you find that you go to a school where there's no teachers' houses, there are no rental houses in that area, and teachers put their mattress and sleep at night in a classroom, and at the end of in the morning, when the early students come, the teachers are sleeping in the classroom, and they now wake up the teachers to go out. It is that kind of thing that we are living in. Madam Speaker, I have not seen what the county government fund does in anywhere in our constituencies. What CDF has done in the last 20 years is quite visible. The development of CDF is quite palpable, and people appreciate it. And that's why people can talk with a lot of energy, with emotions, like what my friend, my brother from Garissa town said, that people are so passionate about NGCDF that they cannot imagine this world where we do not have NGCDF. Madam Speaker, NGCDF is not a money which is managed or run by the members of parliament. Of course, as member of parliament, as an oversight, people come to complain to me. They will tell us what they want. And because they tell us what they want, we'll facilitate them to get the classroom that they want, and that through public participation from the communities at the village level, that they say they want a classroom here, they want a laboratory here, they want this and that, including security apparatus in facilities. Some of us come from areas which is prone to conflict. That is where the opening of the chiefs comes in. And with the chief come, then we'll be asked to put up some AP posts so as to enhance security. Some of us come from regions where there's a lot of indulgence in drugs. It is through CDF, if it was not taken away from us, that we will have engaged the young people in sports. Unfortunately, sport has been said to be devolved. And every time people ask us to support them in sporting activities. Unfortunately, it's not within the mandate of the CDF, and we may not help. But it's that kind of thing that actually helps people to develop their future. So with these few remarks, Madam Speaker, I think I personally support the entrenchment of these funds in the Constitution, and not only just entrenching it, 2% is not good enough. If I have my way, we'll even make it 5%, so that what we can do, what the people can get, it's the only devolved funds which is available to the people. We should not restrict ourselves to the 2% now that we are changing the law. It should be improved to 5% or even 10%, so that it can actually help the poor people in the communities. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me the chance, and I support.
Thank you. The Honorable Suleka Harun, nominated MP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also rise to support the bill of entrenching NGCDF, GAF, and Senate Oversight Fund into the Constitution. Madam Speaker, as we've witnessed in the last public participation, it has been overwhelmingly supported by the Kenyan citizens. It was the most participated public participation in the recent past. That shows NGCDF is one of the most important funds that we have in the constituencies. Some of these rural constituencies have nothing but just NCDF. Madam Speaker, I'm also a beneficiary of the NGCDF. I managed to get in my 3rd and 4th year, and I became a beneficiary after I lost my dad. So it is a very instrumental, very important for the poor people and all vulnerable in the communities. So, and on the other hand, you know, in the pastoral communities, it's a luxury for you to take a girl to school. NCDF, in fact, helped us to bridge that gap in terms of educating the girl child. Both NCGDF and GAF played a very big role, because those girls would have been forgotten if it was not this fund. Madam Speaker, I can comfortably say CDF is the real definition of devolution in this country. It has been devolved to the farthest end of the country, to the most rural constituency in this country. It is not the county government that is devolved, I can assure you. It is the county, it's the CDF and the GAF that are devolved in terms of reaching to the people. Madam Speaker, on the other hand, GAF has been very crucial. It has been targeting the most vulnerable people in the community, women empowerment at its best. We've seen of late, since the introduction of GAF, many women venturing into business. We've seen the disability community being accommodated in many of these empowerment programs. We've seen the youth who are very active in these programs. Madam Speaker, the other issue that I know is that our people at the constituency level have more trust with CDF than any other money that the government brings to the constituencies. They believe the MP is their representative and they trust the MP with all their development programs. So, Madam Speaker, as we support this program, as we support the bill, let's also think about a way of increasing the funds. 2% is not enough. We need to get more so that we are able to reach into the needs of these communities. Also on the issue of security, where I come from is a security problem. It's a security-prone area, and CDF played a big role in terms of protecting the chiefs who never used to have offices in the administration sector. As you know, the budget does not reach in many of those constituencies. We've had our members of parliament working so hard so that they get these needs at our doorsteps. So, Madam Speaker, I support. Let's also fight for the increment, not just entrenchment in the Constitution, but the increment of this fund. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Migori County, Honorable Fatuma Mohamed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also put my voice on this. Madam Speaker, both NGAF, CDF, and the Oversight Fund for the Senators are very important for the growth of this country. Madam Speaker, if I was to speak only as a woman rep, I would tell you that NGAF has really changed the lives of many people in this country. There are many of our women, disabled, and youth groups who could not do any other job and wanted a way to start business because there are no job opportunities in Kenya and everywhere in the world, so to speak. And so NGAF has really helped in many, many ways. Nowadays, you can find youth groups who have small businesses and are able to sustain themselves without looking for a job. So NGAF has created job opportunity. Madam Speaker, in the same way, CDF has also helped in supporting educational support the same way that NGAF does it. We have little money in our NGAF fund that we do give in form of bursary. And as little as it is, it makes a lot of change in the society because the CDF office, their money equally is not so much, but if a student could get some little money from CDF, go again to NGAF and get some, at least the child will be able to be sustained in school. Madam Speaker, both in NGAF and CDF, there are groups that also do get business opportunity because in our NGAF fund, sometimes we do tender for supply of goods and services. We do give a portion to the youth and women of this country who are able to do the business, and so we create more job opportunity. Madam Speaker, the health care is also taken care of in CDF because the CDF is able to renovate and even construct small dispensaries within their constituencies. If we were to wait for the national government to do all this, we are guaranteed that it would not happen at the right time. Because, an example, if the president was to know the problems in Nyatike sub-county where I come from, it will take him more than 10 years. Because
I want to inform my sister from...
I didn't give you a chance. I wanted to be on record. Would you like to be informed by the Honorable Nyakundi member for Kitutu Church North?
Yes, information is power.
Okay, you may proceed.
I want to inform my sister from Migori, Honorable Fatuma, that under NGCDF, we don't renovate hospitals or dispensaries. All that is under the devolved functions of the county government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Fatuma?
Thank you, but I've seen instances where I've seen signboards renovated by CDF. I don't know how that happened. It happened earlier, so I don't think I am wrong.
You appreciate the information that
yes,
has been
I do
given.
appreciate.
But I believe that this must be before before devolution?
Before 2015? Well, if it did at that time, it's still recommended. It's still a good idea. Madam Speaker, as we continue,
Honorable Fatuma, don't worry, you'll gain all the minutes that you're losing. Is it a point of order or point of information, Chair Finance?
Honorable Speaker, I actually want to support my sister, the Honorable Fatuma Mohammed, and inform the person who raised this point of information that actually if you apply to the NGCDF board, and maybe there was a project in your constituency that was started before the enactment of the NGCDF Act, or that was an ongoing project, whether it is an ECD program or a divisional hospital, that was maybe not complete, and you actually prove justification there is a reason why that is a priority project, then NGCDF has a mandate to grant that exception to NGCDF to do that project. And therefore, it's actually very possible that as recent as maybe this year or last year, what the Honorable Fatma is referring to could actually be happening now. Because as long as you apply for exemption and you show proof that that's a priority project and for the need of the people, then it's actually possible to get that approval.
Thank you. Fatuma, you may proceed. I would also like to add that before the year 2015, I was in this house together with others who came in 2013. We did some dispensaries before we received a letter. Actually, members of parliament, members of National Assembly stopped doing it after receiving a letter that you cannot continue building dispensaries. So you are in order, you may continue, you still have your few minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to all the members who have also given me more information on this. I appreciate it, I don't take it for granted. Madam Speaker, if I was to speak more about GAF, it is only in GAF fund that you'll find the disabled taken care of. The disabled are not able to reach the national government to air their problems. But women reps are the people who reach them, because we even have a location specifically for the physically disabled brothers and sisters. And we do give them monies to start business, we do train them. And so if you were to remove GAF fund, how will these people survive? How will a mother in the village who never got an opportunity to go to school, but is a good mama mboga businesswoman who doesn't have the capital to start any business, how would she survive if you were to remove GAF? If you were to walk in Migori County today, believe me or not, if you were to ask Migori people that there are visitors coming, who would you like to arrive first? They will definitely tell you, I want my woman rep to come. Because they feel we are very close to them. We feel their pain. We do talk to them. We do support them. And we don't do this with our pockets because we can't afford it from our wallets. We have to do it with NGCDF and GAF. Even the senators. Right now, the senators are going around in their counties doing their responsibility. Unfortunately, they have to do it from their salaries, which is not enough to run a county business. And so if we entrench this in the Constitution, they would be able to do their job efficiently and in good time, and we'll be able to support them, do it to the satisfaction of the electorates. Madam Speaker, if we were to remove GAF and NCDF, there is no purpose of having this parliament. Because the reason why these people feel our existence is the projects we do back at home. Other than oversight, other than representation, this is very important for wananchi back at home. In fact, most of the time, they wonder what we are doing in Nairobi. They think they elected us to be at home and participate.
Well, Honorable Fatuma, I still have a point of order from the Honorable Julius Tuitumu, member for Igembe North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What is out of order?
Is it in order for the honorable member to make a repeated statement that they do give money? Is he insinuating that CDF and GAF, that members are in control, when we know that very well the CDF, the GAF money are in the control of the board of the CDF. Ours is only oversighting and seeing what happens through those funds as representatives of the people. I believe the honorable member should withdraw the remarks that they do. We don't do. We only oversee what is happening through those funds.
Honorable Fatuma?
Madam Speaker,
you may start by commenting on that.
As a woman representative, yes, I do give women empowerment money. The check is not signed by me, but the check is presented through the woman group or the youth group or whichever group by me, directly by me. And I repeat, we do give money in form of checks, a government affirmative check written by the district accountant officer, signed by them, but presented by me. Me, we, the women representative, all the 47 do the same. I don't know how NGCDF works, but when I talk about women empowerment, I will not pretend and say I only oversight. I am in charge by saying I do sit down, discuss with the groups, write proposals for them, and when the proposal passes, I do take the check back at home and give them under a tree and dance with them. So I will not shy away from the truth, Honorable Member. It is very important for my Migori people to know that what I do is not unconstitutional, is not illegal. That is why they elected me. The committee that sits in Nairobi to decide which groups will be given money do not know those groups. It is me who refer the groups to them, and they look into the groups and consider one or two. For there's nothing wrong that I have said. I will not withdraw a true statement. But if in case I said that NCDF gives money, then I would have withdrawn, which I didn't say. But I'm referring to NCDF, NGAF. At the same time, I'm referring to the Senate Fund. The money that we give is from the Woman Representative's Office. Madam Speaker, thank you for the time. I do pray that members of Parliament will be here on Tuesday to pass this bill. And to our wananchi back at home, if your member of Parliament is not here on Tuesday, first mark those who are not here today, because we should have passed it today. If they happen to miss again on Tuesday, please put on record that your member of Parliament, your woman representative, is not for your growth if she or he happens to miss on Tuesday. I believe we will all be here. If you come from my county, Migori County, as a member of Parliament and you happen to miss, I will take the message back home to your electorates, because they said they need these funds, they participated, and they were positive about these two funds, these three funds. Madam Speaker, I support and I thank you for your time, and thank all the members who helped me put my point across. Thank you.
Thank you very much, member for Migori County. The Honorable Faisal Badar, member from Sambweni. Sorry, you have been waiting for too long. I was not able to see your card. You've been seated there for so long, but I was not able to see your card on the screen.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi na mimi nikaweze kuongeza sauti katika mjadala wa mswada huu muhimu wa marekebisho ya katiba. Niseme Mheshimiwa Spika, mswada huu ni muhimu sana kwa sababu hazina hii ya CDF imeweza kuondolea Wakenya mzigo mkubwa waliokuwa nao kabla ya hazina hii kuwepo. Ukikumbuka Mheshimiwa Spika, shule nyingi za msingi, shule za upili katika sehemu zetu ni kupitia harambee na michango midogo midogo ambayo wananchi wameweza kujitolea. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi mwenyewe nikijiunga katika shule ya upili niliweza kutozwa pesa ya kununua basi la shule. Lakini kwa bahati mbaya ama nzuri, nimesoma katika hiyo shule miaka 4, basi nikitoka baada ya kumaliza kidato cha 4, basi bado lilikuwa halijafika katika shule. Lakini leo hii hazina hii imeweza kuwatolea Wakenya mzigo mkubwa waliokuwa nao. Na ndio sababu walijitokeza kwa wingi kuunga mkono huu mswada katika public participation. Jambo la pili, Mheshimiwa Spika, hazina hii pia imeweza kusaidia watoto wengi kutimiza ndoto zao za kimaisha. Hapa sasa hivi tumesikia ushuhuda kutoka kwa Mheshimiwa Kimani Kuria vile alivyotuambia. Na lau tukisema wale watoto wote waliofaulu ama waliosaidika kupitia hazina ya CDF wajitokeze, basi nina imani wakipigwa foleni wanaweza kutoka hapa mpaka Mombasa na kupindukia. So Madam Speaker, mimi nataka niseme hazina hii inashughulikia maendeleo katika eneo bunge ambayo ni majukumu ya serikali kuu pekee, kama vile masuala ya elimu, masuala ya usalama na masuala ya mazingira. Na hazina hii imetolewa katika ule mgao wa serikali kuu pekee. Kwa hiyo hata hazina hii ikiondolewa, nataka niwaambie wale wanaosema kuwa ipelekwe katika serikali za ugatuzi, haitaweza kupelekwa kule kwa sababu inashughulikia masuala yanayohusu serikali kuu. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka niulize waheshimiwa wabunge wale wanaokaa katika bunge hili, Jumanne kwa uwezo wa Mwenyezi Mungu tujitokeze kwa wingi kuhakikisha tunatilia mkazo yale matakwa ya Wakenya wakati tulipoenda kwa public participation, ili tuje tupitishe huu mswada, hii hazina iweze kuwekwa katika katiba yetu ya Kenya. Mwisho kabisa, tulikuwa pale Msambweni Law Court na jaji mkuu, na nataka nimnukuu wakati amekuja kuzindua local area network. Yeye mwenyewe katika speech yake aliweza kuuliza waheshimiwa wabunge wasaidie idara ya mahakama ili kuweza kujenga mahakama ndogo ndogo katika kila eneo bunge la taifa hili la Kenya, kwa sababu ule mgao wanaopata idara ya mahakama ni mchache na hauwezi kufanya hivyo. Hii inamaanisha kuwa hazina hii inaweza kuleta mabadiliko na imeweza kufika sehemu nyingi katika taifa letu la Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi ninaunga mkono huu na nawauliza wenzangu Jumanne tujitokeze kwa wingi ili tuweze kupitisha mswada huu. Asante sana.
Asante Mheshimiwa Faisal. The Honorable Nyakundi, member for Kitutu Chache North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for also giving me this opportunity to put a word on these special funds of NGCDF. As you know, we went for public participation, and for sure, the public participation was overwhelming in support of these funds, because these funds, in one way or another, are one of those funds that are, one, prudently used, and number two, are funds that have changed the lives of people through, one, the bursaries that we give the young men and women in our various constituencies so that they can be able to support them in their education, either in the university or in the secondary schools that they are. These funds have played a critical role. In my constituency, for example, there are kids that will have not been able to go to school or continue with school because of lack of funds. There are kids that when I came in, I sponsor them, I give them school sponsorship. There's a kid who is in Starehe Boys who was brought up by her grandmother and who could not have been able to continue with school if I was not around to help and support, or NGCDF to be around and support them. So these funds are funds that need to be enshrined in the Constitution, and these are funds that I also think should be increased from the 2.5% to about 5%, because these funds have shown to be working. A good example is the classes that we've been building. Long time ago, we used to call people for harambes so that we are able to contribute money so that we are able to build classes. But since ever these funds came into, we nowadays don't we nowadays don't come together for Harambee. These funds have been able to build classes, have been able to construct classes. A good example is last year, we did not have classes for JSS. But because of these funds and the funds that came from the ministry, we are able to partner together with the Ministry of Education and the NGCDF, and we built classes within a short period of time. And all the students that were transferring or were going to grade 9 were able to get enough classes to attend to. And the classes that are built with NGCDF are cost efficient and cost effective because we use as minimal money as possible. And there is no bureaucracy in the NGCDF because the number of employees that we have under NGCDF are very few. So I request that if it's possible, we should be able to add more money to NGCDF so that it supports more children, it supports in building classes, and it supports as most chiefs and assistant chiefs don't have offices. But because of this NGCDF, we are able to build offices for our chiefs and assistant chiefs to be able also to sit and in a clean and good environment so that they can be able to attend to the mwananchi back at home. These funds are funds that have done magnificent work, are funds that can be seen. You cannot compare these funds with other funds. For example, the funds that go to the counties. You cannot compare at all because if you go to any constituency, I remember I was in Elgeyo Marakwet for public participation. And everyone who was there said that we have seen what NGCDF has done. We can see the projects for NGCDF. But when you go around, you cannot be able even to see the projects that the county government have done. So these are funds that we need to support. These are funds that we need to come out as members of parliament on Tuesday. Let us make sure that we are all here to make sure that our people back at home get the services that they require through these funds. These funds, the other day, we saw how our young people are able to get employment through the ICT hubs that we are building. And they have been built within a very short period of time. We have built so many ICT hubs within the constituencies across the country. And these ICT hubs have been equipped. And right now we are seeing how the young people are benefiting from these funds. They are able to make a living out of the ICT hubs that we are able to build. I remember we were also doing sports activities. Nowadays, ever since we removed sports out of the NGCDF, the whole country is now quiet because there are no funds, and the young people were able to nurture their talents and showcase their talents out of the little sports that we used, the little funds that we had for sports, and we used to get very good athletes and sportsmen, and they were able to showcase their talents, and we were able to take them to another level. But since they were removed, nowadays the sports activities are so quiet. We also need to add this money so that we return the sports activities, so that the young people, the young men and women back at home, can be able to support them through the sports activities. So I want to support this bill fully, because if there is one bill that the people of Kenya are waiting for and are yearning to see what this House will do about this bill, it is the National Assembly Bill number 4 for the NGCDF. So let us support this bill. Let us make sure all of us are here on Tuesday so that we make sure that this bill is enshrined in the Constitution. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Nyakundi. The Honorable Duncan Mashako, member for Undanyi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this important
constitutional amendment, Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill that seeks to enshrine CDF, NGAF, and the Senate Oversight Fund into the Kenyan Constitution. Honorable Speaker, I think this is a good time that we are debating this bill because, Honorable Speaker, we have had a lot of information, misinformation, and misunderstanding around the funds that have been decentralized in this country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first and foremost, I want to declare that I'm speaking from a point of information, a point of research. I did